Should I come there?
For the recording short. To that was
Okay. So go feel me.
You never 10 minutes.
Nobel.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3.
5 minutes. Which one?
Just tell us to come. We have.
What do you want? 5.
Yeah, oh, you're from Cameroon?
Traducirme, por favor.
Okay, welcome. Welcome.
Lágrima, mañana.
Savi, you say, yeah. Yeah. Savi, you say, yeah. Yeah. Savio. Yeah. Savio. Yeah. Akwaba, you are welcome to the Scumby. Ashanti Kingdom, there is a rhythm called Adua. Yeah, Eric Sunday,
Yo.
my partner in crime.
Ekow Alabi, yeah, always on the vibe.
Oja, Oja.
Hey,
Oja. You say, hey, Oja. Yeah, Oja. I'm the question. Oja, Oja. Hey, Oja. Oja, Oja.
Hey, Oja.
Oja, 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 Anuma kolua 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 anuma kolua 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 hey.
Soko, 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 soko.
talk. Can I get some more voice here?
Yeah.
Sunday is going to answer my question. Fine, fine, baby. You not go find past your mother. Fine, fine, baby. You not go find past your mother. You see, some beautiful girl, she grow, she do makeup, she go out, she get boyfriend. She thinks she beautiful than her mother. Now lie, oh. Fine, fine, baby. You not go find past your mother. Next one.
Kaye saka saka, oblayo kaye saka saka shoda. Kaye saka saka, oblayo kaye saka saka shoda.
Energy lege lege, tonton mi tiago, oh say.
Energy lege lege, tonton mi tiago, oh say. Energy lege lege, tonton mi tiago, oh say. Energy lege lege, tonton mi tiago, oh say.
Drummers of joy.
Give it up for Ekow Alabi one time on the drums. Thanks for having us here. It's dope. My name is Erico.
Yeah, we come back again.
We see you.
And
in
the
a bit.
program goes on and on and on and on and
Keep it
on.
luck.
So, good afternoon. We give thanks to the drummers of joy for sounding the ground, for laying the foundation of the day. We give thanks to you all for coming here today, for being with us, for accepting to ride the storm with us. We give thanks to Oscar Murillo and his team, his incredible team, for putting this up. This incredible, you wouldn't call it an exhibition, but something more than that. We give thanks to the Savvy people, and most especially we give thanks to all the artists for being here with us. I'll read an introduction with the title, To Inhale a Storm and Exhale Paradise, Oscar Murillo's Frequencies. And I'll start with a poem by Lee Maracle. Now? Okay, thank you. talking to the diaspora. Forced out the partial or geographical property of being scattered over a range, a volume, an area worldwide in distribution. On Turtle Island, anyone who is not indigenous is part of some diaspora. I wonder about language with its raw, frayed fringes delicately trying to express spirit, as each word drapes from lips to rest in blank spaces between us. Mangled by emptiness, the words are deflowered when addressed. This diaspora sometimes responds, debating, educating, arguing, buying time, stealing 15 minutes from our space. This quarter hour, so vital to our desire to regroup, profanes our peace. Le Miracle. Act 1, Dispersal. Dispersal, disbandment, dispersion, dissolution. All synonyms of a concept, a practice, a way of being in the world and unworld at the same time, a longing for space and place, a longing for belonging, but also a reimagination of what it means to be in the world and what constitutes the world. Dispersal, disbandment, dispersion, dissolution. Some beings in the world survive for hundreds of millions of years because of their evolutionary ability to make spores, be dispersed, stand the most dire conditions, and when the conditions are right, they sprout to new forms of life. It is the ability of spores to assume, to claim this state of rest, to appropriate dormancy as a possibility of survival in the life cycle of the being, and later thriving, that makes spores a compelling agent to think with and through. The metaphor of the spore upon dispersal always comes up my mind when I think of Murillo's long-term project Frequencies. Since 2013, Murillo and his team have dispersed thousands of blank artist canvases to schools around the world. The canvases are fixed on classroom desks and benches in some 350 schools worldwide, and students aged 10 to 16 are invited to use the canvases as surfaces of expression, of distraction, of manifestation. The proverbial blank page on which you could map and demap the world. A blank canvas on which the students could construct or dismantle or just make dumb expressions of boredom, frustration, joy, or otherwise in the form of drawings, writing, markings, or otherwise. At age 10 to 16, for example, I had everything in mind besides what was being taught at any point in time in the class. The resulting 40,000 canvases that came together as a result of what we might call an enactment exercise of dispersal reveals a plethora of conscious and unconscious phrases and phrasings that too often transcend, if not utterly negate, the limits of language. These articulations bear the emotions, the thoughts, the sweat of hundreds of thousands of students dispersed around the world. These writings and drawings could be seen as a kind of sporulation, a kind of gestation of ideas, of emotions, of beings, of fears, of concerns, of pleasures, and much more. If this were the life of a sporulation being, it would be the stage of perceived dormancy, but in which much is cooking and transformations are being made on the microcellular level, awaiting the conditions to be right for a more overt and extroverted transformation. In this exercise of dispersal, Murillo also enacts a socio-political, historical process of displacement to which he himself and many of us do belong, the diaspora. But to be able to proceed, we must situate ourselves in the vastness, the depth, and breadth of what is called diaspora. In the description of the anthology edited by Persephone Braham, titled African Diaspora in the Cultures of Latin America, the Caribbean, and the United States, it says, Diaspora describes dispersion, but also the seeding, sowing, or scattering of spores that take root and grow, maturing and adapting within new environments. In Colin Palmer's Defining and Studying the Modern African Diaspora, he writes, "The first African diaspora was a consequence of a great movement within and outside of Africa that began about 100,000 years ago. This early movement, the contents of which are still quite controversial, constitutes a necessary starting point for any study of the dispersal and settlement of African peoples. The study of early humankind is in effect to study this diaspora." The second major diasporic stream began about 3000 BCE with the movement of the Bantu-speaking peoples from the region that is now the contemporary nations of Nigeria and Cameroon to the other parts of the African continent and to the Indian Ocean. The third major stream, which I characterize loosely as the trading diaspora, involved the movement of traders, merchants, enslaved peoples, soldiers, and others to parts of Europe, the Middle East, Asia, beginning around the 5th century BCE. This prolonged third diasporic stream resulted in the creation of communities of various sizes composed of peoples of African descent in India, Portugal, Spain, the Italian city-states, and elsewhere in Europe, the Middle East, Asia, long before Christopher Columbus overtook his voyages across the Atlantic. The fourth major African diasporic stream, and the one that is most widely studied today, is associated to the transatlantic slave trade. This trade, which began in earnest in the 15th century, may have delivered as many as 200,000 Africans to various European societies and 11 to 12 million to the Americas over time. The fifth major stream began during the 19th century, particularly after the enslavement business in the Americas. It is characterized by the movement of Africans and peoples of African descent among and their resettlement in various societies. These latter two diasporic streams, along with several substreams and the communities that emerge, constitute the modern African diaspora. This historical fundament is crucial in understanding the magnitude, not only of the work of art and artists like Oscar Murillo, but also the way this history and presence is reflected in the sonic practice of other artists like Christian Scott, Atunde Adjuah. Of more than 40,000 canvases across the globe seems to me like the seismographic means of capturing the essences and energies, the epistemologies, the ontologies of diasporas of varying kinds. It must be said here that any effort to limiting the diaspora to a physical or geographical displacement necessarily fails. What Christian Scott Atunde Adjuah captures in the piece Diaspora are the complex emotions of, as well as the deep spirituality that come with crossings and transitions of physical, sociocultural, political, historical boundaries. Scott Atunde Adjuah seems to have spread out his tentacles far out wide, dispersed his antennae to the nooks and crannies of this world to capture these sounds and bring them forth to us via his trumpet, the drums, the piano of his band members. Just like Murillo captures the frequencies of the diaspora through the visuals, through imagery, through scripts and scratches, through colors and textuality, through texts. In essence, what Murillo and Atunde Adjua have in common is the sensibility, the ability to summon, to convoke, to invoke the complexities of the diasporic, of dispersal and dislocation, beyond the raw, frayed fringes of language, the way they delicately capture and express the spirit of notions of diaspora, the way they invite the nuances of the diasporic to come in and accommodate the many blank spaces that emanate from the seismic shifts of time and space. Act 2, convergence. Frequency. Now, etymologically related to the Latin frequentia, which means an assembling in great numbers, a crowding, crowd, multitude, throng. One of the many ways of understanding the iconic Palenque group, Las Alegres Ambulancias' seminal song, Me Duele, is to receive it as a frequency. The song literally takes us to the crux of frequentia, which is to say the song is a roll call, a summoning to assembly. It is a call of diasporic peoples to their ancestors, those left behind and those who have departed to the greater beyond to join us in weighing, in measuring and carrying our pains. It is a call to mourning, a mourning of the departed, the displaced, those who transitioned. But it is also a call to celebrate the presence of those who are with us and the omnipresence of those who have gone before. There is a deep joy in the recognition that despite all odds, despite the physical departure of the body, the spirit is still there. That despite the denigrating conditions, the hard work, the dire straits, there are spores awaiting to germinate. Maybe it is the bliss that comes with understanding that instigates Las Alegres Ambulancias to call, to bear witness. Aye mama, aye papa, o me duele.
Vamos mujeres, vamos ambulancia. Cha, 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 que vamos chireta fonda. Con que se remienda la cola más agua cola. Caramba, mamá me duele. Mamá me duele. Mamá me duele. Me duele la cabeza. Me duele la cabeza. De mi la Josefa. De mi la Josefa. Le echa a botar. Le echa a botar. Abajo corosa. Abajo corosa. Centella sin media. Centella sin media. Ay, mi mamá. Ay, mi mamá. Ay, mi mamá. Me duele, que me duele. Mamá, me duele, que me duele. Mamá, me estoy acabando, me estoy perdigando. Estoy acabando, me estoy perdigando. Ay, mi mamá. Ay, mi mamá. Me voy a Oroco. Me voy a Oroco. No la conozco. No la conozco. Que me ahogo.
Like in the blues, this celebration of and melancholy in Buyarengue, as expressed by Las Alegres Ambulancias, is a profound introspection. As Billie Holiday sings in Lady Sings the Blues, Lady sings the blues, she's got them bad, she feels so bad, and wants the world to know just what her blues are all about. Lady sings the blues, she tells her side, nothing to hide. Now the world will know just what her blues is about. Or as Clyde Woods puts it in the section, The Blues Epistemology, in his seminal work, Development Arrested. Born in a new era of censorship, suppression, and persecution, the blues conveyed the sorrow of the individual and collective tragedy that had befallen African Americans. It also operated to instill pride in a people facing daily denigration, as well as a channeling folk wisdom. Descriptions of life and labor, travelogues, hoodoo, and critiques of individuals and institutions. It is often forgotten that the blues are also defined by those songs, music, stories, jokes, dances, and other visual and physical practices that raise the spirit of the audience to unimaginable heights. The men and women who performed the blues were sociologists, reporters, counselors, advocates, preservers of language and customs, and summoners of life, love, laughter, and much, much more. And another way to appreciate Las Alegres Ambulancias Meduele is through the notion of the duende, which Federico Garcia Lorca describes as a mysterious force that everyone feels and no philosopher has explained. So then, the duende is a force, not a labor, a struggle, not a thought. But what is essential here is the ability of Las Alegres Ambulancias to dig into and through the deeper frequencies and channel them through all of us. Fundamentally, what Murillo does in bringing all of us together in a process of collective tuning to find our collective frequencies. It was in 2015, during Okenwenzo's Venice Biennial titled All the World's Futures, that I first saw the convergence of the frequencies. Canvases with drawings, paintings, and texts put together, sometimes on tables with maps highlighting specific regions. If frequencias means to assemble in great numbers, to crowd, to drum the multitudes together, then that placement, that gathering of the frequencies in Venice in 2015 was a sounding of the ground for this gathering in Venice today. That is why, upon invitation by Murillo and his team, we have summoned the ancestors to channel frequencies through Phyllis Akinyi, Ekow Alabi and the Drummers of Joy, archive books, Leila, Bencharnia, Wissal, Houbabi, Omar, Delnevo, Frank, Báez, Blick, Bassy, Maria Buenaventura, Clara, Dublanc, Tanka, Fonta, folkloric mashup from Omar, Cordillera, Oscar Murillo, Kettly, Nöel, Saca, Michel M. Wright, and many, many more. Let the storm blow from paradise. Let us inhale the storm and exhale paradise. Thank you.
I have a mic. If it's working, yes. Oof. Thank you, Buenaventura. Dear people, friends, comrades, dear people also that is following us from home, I'm going to make a short introduction, also a bit rad, a bit spontaneous, and I'm actually going to then do that in Spanish as well. I have a broken Spanish, but we want also to talk to each of us here, so I hope this will be useful and well received. So for me, it's a great honor to sit here in the center of such a magniloquent space, in such a magniloquent gathering with the humblest but most incredible people speaking after such a magniloquent, as much as collegial, colleague and intellectual, Buenaventura. It is quite important for me to stand in this Scuola Grande della Misericordia. First of all, because we are sitting here all together, because this occasion is crystallizing as a culminating moment of togetherness, a quite special one, I have to say. As some of you know, this moment represents for me also a way of encircling a circle, because I'm coming back actually to a city where I departed from after my studies in Renaissance art history, but coming back together with a crowd of comrades that taught me so much and helped me so much in substantially deconstructing and unlearning the many told tales of Western art history and seeing its colonial, racist violence clear and sharp. It's very important. I am actually making this premise not out of egocentrism or self-regard, but because I would like to serve us as an art historian that could try to situate us in the context of of this building in which we are sitting, the history of this place, obviously to hack it. So we are finding ourselves in a scuola, so-called Scuola, and a school not in the sense of an educational institution, but a building that was used to host an ancient confraternita, association, corporation, let's say. This kind of institution that was born as workers' association in Venice is dating back to the 11th century. And many schools have been bringing together foreign workers in Venice that needed to support each other in a foreign territory, like there is a Scuola degli Albanesi, of the Albanians, of Slaves, of Greeks, even of the Bergamascans. I am a Bergamascan. And other, to provide the foreign community with economic assistance, work, start, spiritual and material help in difficult moments of life. This in particular is a Scuola Grande, one of the 6 Scuola Grande in Venice, that was acting as a solidarity institution, but also it was richer than other ones, so it was a place of prestige for citizens. And together with the other Scuola Grande was got a very fundamental and key role in the history and development of music, which makes it very interesting to see what is happening, what we're making happen today, going back to this legacy. Of course, also of art. You know, all the Scuole Grandi have been painted by Carpaccio, Jacopo Palmalgiovane, Tiepolo, this one in particular, the School of Veronese. So, evoking the richness of the experiences consumed in this place, taking it in our hands and giving it another political dimension, we are here today to work out the frequencies, to be bodies as metronomes and set the tone that is deserved to hold proper celebrations of an old-term friendship and brotherhood, the one between Oscar Murillo and Savi Contemporary. Between him, his art, his studio, his people, his community, his echoes, and the ones of Savi Contemporary. We're here not to show gratefulness or simply to give thanks, but to ground louder and wider a collaboration that is more than ever needed. More than ever, not as a temporal category, given that more than ever addresses a time frame that lasts since at least 500 years, more than ever because of the urgency that we are tasked to embrace with the boldness of certain practices, when the boldness of certain practices grows into a storm. Tonight, today, this afternoon, together with incredible artists, musicians, poets, practitioners, across latitudes and languages, across disciplines and formats, Savi Contemporary and the tremendous team of the Oscar Murillo studio cook a program for you and for us all to expand and jam with the different tones, marks, gestures, beats, and temporalities sedimented in this show, in this canvases, in these frequencies. We are urged to do, as we are actually always urged to do, tonight we invoke. We are keen to amplify the rhythms and the murmurs of a multi-vocal and kaleidoscopic project with our invocations. Invocations that are brought forth through gestures of collective nourishment, like dancing together, we will do that, cooking with one another, and listening to the incantations and readings of our people. As Buenaventura explained and envisioned, the program unfolds through 4 different focal investigations and perspective as a response to the different moments and movement of the project frequencies that are dispersal, convergence, fragmentation, and reconfiguration. They all come to terms with existential conundrums and responses around the experience of the diaspora, of diasporic longing and belonging, and around paths of transformation, empowerment in togetherness. So, Antonia, enacting a space of performance as a space of possibility and of collective improvisation, engaging with phonic, poetic, and corporeal substances with their ruptures, collisions, and reciprocal responses, this program materializes, hopefully, as an encounter itself, as an ensemble of notes and voices, a score to imagine new possibilities of thinking the multidirectional pasts and future through presence, where materiality and animateriality cannot be separated. So I'm welcoming you into the program and giving it to the many people that are not only participating in the program, but making it extraordinary. And I want to start by introducing the first contribution, entitled Like an Infinite Vortex by Leila, Bencharnia, Wissal, Houbabi, and Omar, Delnevo. This contribution is a sonic activation and somehow is grounding our program in the struggle and the activist engagement of the diaspora in Italy. Leila, Wissal, and Omar are seeing this piece as a piece of experimental blues that in some way is articulating the labor, the emotional labor of the resistance and of the diaspora in this country. And she was telling me she sees this as a political alliance that is coming together first as a sonic alliance. And it's coming actually from this deep shared collective affects and suffering of the diasporic body. So I could say very briefly to introduce them. You will be able to go through the program. We have here leaflets, and all artists have their bio. You can of course read much more about them. But I would like to say Wissal is a poet, a writer, coming from hip-hop and investigating feminisms, especially within hip-hop. Omar Delnevo is a musician, a composer, and a classically trained pianist. The work focuses on practices of decolonizing music. And Leila is coming from a background in experimental electronic music and or orchestra direction, direttore d'orchestra, and is also a scholar, a researcher, a Amazigh researcher, and is part of archive books, archive sites, archive modes, the amazing space and group of people that with Chiara Figone is, yes, active in Milano, in Berlin, in Dakar as well. So my introduction was probably too long because you will be able to clarify what you're doing by doing it. So thank you so much.
Sono qui. È la differenza di tutte voi. Ehi, cosa io dica? Ehi, pensiero, produca. Ehi, parola, io agisca. Ehi, gesto io compia. Egli carezza io senta. Egli abbraccia io dia. Egli bisogna io senta. Egli cosa io veda. Egli sogno io viva. Egli viaggio io faccia. Egli mano io stringa. Egli passione difenda. La differenza in quel consuma. Kulci kdu per me. Kulci compromesso. Ljoma. Kulci svuotato. Ahimè. ما بقات تا حاجة. أنا هنا وديما الهيئة 5 sensi vivisezionati, divisi in 2, عود divisi in 4, بحال coriandoli, si specchiano su culci, ma non trovano più il centro, non sentono più vuelo. كل شيء بارو لك انت. اي حاجة قلتي اي فكرة جبتي اي جست كومبيتي اي carezza sentiti ehi abbraccio attenti ehi cosa tu veda ehi حلم عشتي ehi bisogno tu abbia ehi bacio attenti ehi viaggio dirti ehi mano stringiti أي حلم عشتي، أي كلمة قلتي، أي فكرة جبتي، أي حاجة درتي، أي cosa tu faccia. Egli bisogna tu senta, أي حلم عشتي، أي فكرة جبتي، أي bisogno احتاجيتي. È tutto vero. I tuoi sensi cuciti alla tua muta sono integri, sono interi, progettati dovizia, impastati chiarezza sensi che il tua muta al tua pelle, ma su bec, tra pianti di sensi, già vero, ena li falsa, già natura, ena naturalizzata, già cinque sensi, ena senza senso. Reservo il sesto che incombe hel demoni, hel spiriti. Antenati. sesso femminilizzato. Sola. Ovrire il sesto senso. Sesta generazione makhloqa. Dal cratere di una città abortita, prima stuprata e poi maqtula khrivga. Art di Eli gher la ricorda. Aula di Eli chi si condanna. Si preserva solo il sesto senso che incombe al demoni. Bunt, berberi, bunt, Ercole, bunt, nomadi, figlia dei margini che mutano sempre e mutano ancora. Pesci svegli, pesci spogli, pesci spogli, pesci svegli, nuova pelle, vecchio demone. Sotto la muta marzona, la nuda e cruda voce da cui tutto nasce e dove colci raja.
That was breathtaking, literally. I'd like to invite you to move on towards this end of the space where we will witness some magic from Kettly Nöel. Kettly Nöel is an artist from Haiti via Mali, and we've been fortunate to work with her a couple of times in the past years, including the incredible installation and performance she did for Documenta 14. Kettly Nöel is going to do a piece today, which is a work in progress, on soil, on earth, and being a poet of the body, somebody who uses her body to write, to express poetry. She's also going to look at the poetics of the soil. And as in the possibility, from the idea of poesis as to make, to construct something, the possibility of the soil to create, to make, to give us, to create lives, to give us life. And she's going to think about the spirituality of soil. And she emphasizes that it's not about religion, as all religions we know have appropriated the notion of the soil giving life, and that when we pass on, we go back to soil. She distances herself from that and thinks of it as a deep spiritual thing. She's also interested in the politics of soil, politics of earth. If we consider the way, especially the human being has done all in their, capacity to destroy the earth. And she wants to think of that. But also, when we think of soil and earth, sometimes we think of it as dirt, as something dirty. And she wants to work with that notion, of soil being much more than that. And I will end this brief introduction by reading an excerpt from a seminal poem by Langston Hughes called Freedom's Plow, in which he writes, "Then the mind starts seeking a way. His eyes look out on the world, on the great wooded world, on the rich soil of the world, on the rivers of the world. The eyes see their materials for building, see the difficulties too and the obstacles. The mind seeks a way to overcome these obstacles. The hand seeks tools to cut the wood, to till the soil and harness the power of the waters. Then the hand seeks other hands to help." It's an honor to have you with us, Kettly Nöel.
I have placed a glass egg, a ball's floating, an oval ovule in a dark blood red void, carries our digital selves, embracing and kissing. My skin might dance by you. I anchor our darks. I anchor our darks. Sleep with one eye open, watching our subsets ourselves. The keel of our ship. These obstacles are just teaching us so we can merge even deeper into our own personal mineral. Fuse alloy, ship ahoy. The hostility, a broken heart endures. The velocity of that injury is returned to the world with the same grin, showing teeth. When I was a girl, I felt love was a building. I marched towards, but deadly demonic divorces demolished the ideal. Now with your romantic intelligence, a sensual tenderness, we dissolve old habits and place a glass egg above us, floating in a dark blood red oval void. Our love making avatars in a shell. I have placed a glass egg above us, floating an oval ovule in a dark blood red void, carries our digital selves, embracing and kissing. My skin might dance by you. I anchor our darks. I anchor our darks. Sleep with one eye open, watching our subselves. The keel of our ship. These obstacles are just teaching us so we can merge even deeper into our own personal mineral. Fuse alloy, ship ahoy. The hostility, a broken heart endures. The velocity of that injury is returned to the world with the same showing teeth. When I was a girl, I felt love was a building. I marched towards, but deadly demonic divorces demolished the ideal. Now with your romantic intelligence, a sensual tenderness, we dissolve all habits and place a glass egg above us, floating in a dark blood red oval void. Our love making avatars in a shell. I have placed a glass egg above us, floating an oval ovule in a dark blood red void, carries our digital selves, embracing and kissing. My skin might dance by you. I anchor our darks. I anchor our darks. Sleep with one eye open, watching our sub-selves, the keel of our ship. These obstacles are just teaching us so we can merge even deeper into our own personal mineral. Fuse alloy, ship ahoy. The hostility, a broken heart endures. The velocity of that injury is returned to the world with the same grin, showing teeth. When I was a girl, I felt love was a building. I marched towards, but deadly demonic divorces demolished the ideal. Now with your romantic intelligence, a sensual tenderness, we dissolve all habits and place a glass egg carries our digital selves, embracing and kissing. My skin might dance by you. I anchor our darks. I anchor our darks. Sleep with one eye open, watching our subselves. The keel of our ship. These obstacles are just teaching us so we can merge even deeper into our own personal mineral. Fuse alloy, ship ahoy. The hostility, a broken heart endures. The velocity of that injury is returned to the world with the same grin, showing teeth. When I was a girl, I felt love was a building. I marched towards, but deadly demonic divorces demolished the ideal. Now with your romantic intelligence, the sensual tenderness, we dissolve old habits and place a glass egg above us, floating in the dark, blood red oval void. Our love making avatars in a shell. I have placed a glass egg above us, floating, an oval ovule in a dark blood red void, carries our digital selves, embracing and kissing. My skin might dance by you. I anchor our darks. I anchor our darks. Sleep with one eye open, watching our subselves. The keel of our ship. These obstacles are just teaching us so we can merge even deeper into our own personal mineral. Fuse alloy, ship ahoy. humanity of that injury is returned to the world with the same grin, showing teeth. When I was a girl, I felt love was a building. I marched towards, but deadly demonic divorces demolished the ideal. Now, with your romantic intelligence, the sensual tenderness, we dissolve all habits and place a glass egg above us, floating in a dark blood red oval void. Our love making avatars in a shell. I have placed
Thank you very much, Kettly, Nöel. Maybe it's convenient that we are all standing and we don't bother to sit down because now it's my great honor to bring back the magic of Ekow, Alabi and Eric Sunday. And so this is the last part from Calling the Storm, setting the tone before we enter a short break and convene again. So Ekow, Alabi and Eric Sunday are coming in over and over again and again, and they bring the tone. They send this sonic conversation also later with Mar, Rio and Cordillera. We are very grateful to have them with us. Last time I've seen Ekow, Alabi was also here in Venice 4 years ago at the Ghanaian Pavilion with Ibo Taylor. And yeah, we are very grateful that they come and follow the calling to set the rhythm, to activate, to transcend, to bring us joy again and again. Welcome, Ekow, Alabi and Eric Sunday.
Yeah. Volume. Hey. Yeah. Are you here? Yeah. Lolo machine. Hey. La ila ole. Salam alaikum ila ole. La ila ole. Salam alaikum ila ole. La ila ole. Salam alaikum ila ole. La ila ole. Salam alaikum wa ilala. Osamina wapiwa. Amina bele kalele. Ubasi kakita bele o. Amina abele o. Atwadi.
Jamie, alonte Jamie, shila momo, jogolo, oya jogolo.
Why are you here?
Jamie, alonte Jamie, shila momo, jogolo, oya jogolo. Sumo nyami
Ashiye tatale. Ebe tatale. Amo baye. Ebe tatale. Amo baye. Ebe tatale. Amo baye. Ashiye tatale. Ashiye tatale. Bébé, tatale, namo baye, tatale, bébé, tatale, namo baye, tatale, bébé, tatale, namo baye, tatale. Ijole, 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 they approach you. Ijole, Ijole, it's sweet. Ijole, Ijole, they approach you. Sumo jole, baby, oh baba, sumo jole. I go be 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 I
Thank you. Eric Sunday also.
Ekow Alabi Savage. Give it up.
We come back.
See you in a bit again. Have some drink, some water, some wine, some beer. Go.
Yeah, massive thanks to the drummers of Joy, Ekow Alabi and Eric Sunday, for this incredible performance. And so, after calling the storm and setting the tone, we would like to invite everyone to get a 10-minute break, get some fresh air, get some refreshments, and when we come back, we move into the second phase of a day, which is the calm before the storm. Thank you.
Uh,
So, welcome back. It's an honor to sit here to have this conversation with Oscar Murillo. And I'm here with my colleagues, Elena Gudio, Billy Fo, and Linhan Balat-Bat Helbrook. And the idea is to take the conversations we normally have in the bar, in the nightclubs, and stage them here with you. So some of the things we talk about in the background, now you're privileged to listen to some of these conversations we have. Anyways, we will each ask a question to Oscar, and feel free to jump in at any time if you have questions as well. And we want to talk about his practice. We want to talk about this exhibition. We want to talk about the space in which this exhibition is found. We want to talk about how he got here. And yeah, looking forward to the conversation. I will afford myself the privilege of being the person holding the mic now and doing this introduction to ask the first question, which is, Oscar, I would like for you to talk about the conversation that is staged in here between the Scuola del Veronese and the three major works that you're presenting here, namely Frequencies, the Social Cataract, and yeah, the huge black paintings that you've been working on for several years. You know, how did this come about, and how did you place this, you know, with these very, you know, present paintings that are still on the walls, these present murals?
Thank you. Thank you, Bona, for the question. Before I answer, I think it's important in the context of friendship and highlighting, recognizing the huge endeavor here, supported by enthusiasm, youth, energy, friendship, collaboration, and to be also a little bit unorthodox. I want to thank Marta Barina, who's a colleague in the studio, and for challenging me in presenting me this space, in encouraging and infusing the studio with tremendous energy. To be here and to we kicked off this tremendous unorthodox also, because, you know, this is not an institution situation. I want to thank, of course, the studio and the collective effort, and Savi, tremendously honored, beyond imagination and words, for embracing me and invoking artists, collaborators, and infusing this coming together with an unimaginable energy, and grace, and non-antagonistic but brotherly, sisterly energy from all over the place. And I will talk about that in the context of Venice, and perhaps how I see Venice making sense. Perhaps the conversation can continue unraveling not so much into individual works, but I think this is a manifestation of, for many years, how I would have had imagined my ideas, my thoughts around collaboration and individual moments of, download of energy, intervention within the context of history, within painting. The black paintings, the institution or the Institute of Reconciliation, as I call them, it comes from a duality of thinking about darkness, but also to put a stop to this idea of darkness, to also think about being born out of darkness. So we are born out of darkness. Literally, we are born out of darkness. Seeds grow out of darkness. And in the desire to think about negativity being removed and downloaded. And so these forms or formless, materialist, in the context of the show, intervening very robustly with the architecture of the space, act as clouds, walls, the smell is ever present of that physical labor. At the Venice Biennale in 2015, with the invitation of the late Oki and Wenzor, at the Biennale called All the World's Futures, I was challenged to imagine the facade of the Giardini as this baptism, this kind of like performing. You enter, and you almost are forced to touch this these very physical paintings. And even before then, it was very clear to me that it was not about me. It was not about me, but it was about this collective idea of being shrouded, and hoping to become comfortable, with them, to embrace them, to cherish them, to see them almost as a kind of companion too, not there to perform in the context of the institution or the art industry, but really something that just continuously happens and gets, or along colleagues and friends, we propose them in certain spaces. And there are, when visiting the space for the first time, the space gives you a second invitation to think of these spirits among the space in the stretch of history, in the stretch of time. And in a way, that's how I have first begun to think and to imagine this space. And then of course there are these other layers that, have being proposed also, like, frequencies and Bona, thank you for shedding light. I think, I don't know if I do this out of comfort, but I like to devote myself to ignorance, because I believe in this, in the power of the spirit, of my spirit guiding me. I very often reject, also out of convenience, knowledge or doctrine or academic rhetoric, because it pollutes me, or it pollutes the ability to think something like this. If I was to think about frequencies as a project in which a 10 to a 16-year-old, and I say purity, not purity in the context of innocence, but purity in the context of they are unfiltered and able to download their spirit without too much thinking, and perhaps that's where I like to assist myself. And frequencies, Bona, as you said, this idea of gathering, I remember the first time I was thinking about this project in 2012, and then eventually had the opportunity and courage to do it in Colombia for the first time, in my hometown, in La Paila, because of the relationship I have to the schools and to the community there. 2 months later, to see the results of this experiment of stapling on the desks of children an empty canvas. The canvas to me is a recording device, and you press record, and there is a process of the conscious being eagerly, claiming that space, that intimate space, and that the unconscious very quickly takes over. And to see that giving me feedback and feedback of success in the context of the experiment, something that I said to myself, this could work, and we can develop this organically, very slowly, without a sense of duty. But nevertheless, I must thank my colleague Clara Dublanc for the diligence and the sheer logistical undertaking in helping me to make frequencies happen in the countries that we have been with a priority, in Africa, South America. Like this project here, it is not about creating tensions between regions around the world, but as the title suggests, frequencies, it is important that there is a sense of the collective non-hierarchical, to connect, to engage with, to visit as many places as possible. Not in opposite of another. And I'm not gonna get into that. I don't even to mention them. I don't want to create tension. So the idea of the frequency too, in the radio context, the idea of tuning into, to discover, to find, with a little bit of to be provocative, but also to create clarity. I do not care about children in the charitable context or in the context of a social worker. It is simply the child as a network or as a vessel, medium, that allows for that information to be made possible without too much interference. Also frequencies, you know. And that is in a way the, you know, the desire when thinking about this project. And just to add a little bit more, then you have, I think, you know, having grown up in London, being educated in the UK, I think being exposed to our history, to Western aesthetics, being drawn to Western aesthetics, but also at a certain point as a young artist feeling somewhat, I was feeling a little bit kind of doubtful of how do I belong, but it's my problem, it's not the world or anybody else. How can I belong, or how can I make myself, how can I create space for myself within, you know, this linear chronological presentation. And I remember as a young artist without much knowledge and loving painting, you know, like really, you know, buying the best oil paints, the best linen from Belgium, and having a great time, but also feeling also kind of let down by the lack of relationship that I truly had with that kind of sense of interaction, engagement that I was having. And I remember, particularly in the context of the body of paintings, that it wasn't aesthetics necessarily, because I felt like that innately I could handle that. I could virtuosity somehow without a sense of ego. I could handle it, and I could, you know, kind of resolve an aesthetic formal engagement that was not, again, based on academic resolution, but in my own kind of energy and my own spirit. But the thing that gave me an entry point, which is kind of messed up, but I think begins to tell between the lines maybe my kind of spirit, is that Claude Monet, this French modernist painter, impressionist painter, who famously critically and also otherwise celebrated for painting these water lilies in the 19th century, at the twilight of his career and of his age. Painted these revered works with cataracts. He had cataracts, and that really took my attention, the fact that he was suffering. You had this aging man being attacked by his own body, and the fact that he couldn't see, that he was frustrated, that he was antagonized, that there was obscurity that he couldn't see, made me ask questions about the origins of this painting. Did the paintings happen because he was blind and he had to use memory and scientific virtuosity because he's an impressionist, of course? You know, he's a master of color. Or did the paintings happen out of distortion, the lack of inability to clearly see, and therefore you have beauty? And that was something that allowed me to dive into aesthetics. I thought, here is my license to paint, because I am thinking about antagonism. I'm thinking about obscurity. I'm thinking about darkness. And then I also was thinking, what does it mean for society to have cataracts? You know, what if it's not just him, but like I want to paint in the context of society having cataracts. So I started making these works in the context of, or with this projection of the idea of social cataracts, frequencies in the context of social cataracts, the idea of 30,000 and more kids being involved in this project, and that really was what began to pull everything together. And the paintings too downstairs are about this idea of highlighting, negating, creating friction within this network of sedimentation, because, you know, frequencies is about time in the context of a 10-year-old project, but also time in the context of 6 months, no, like this, and canceling out and gesture and mark making and aesthetic. So all these things are kind of colliding and being made present here in the context of this beautiful program here.
So, as you can see, we actually need 4 hours at least to have this conversation with Oscar. You know, because there's a lot to say. So, Oscar said yesterday that whatever we're doing here is just drawing the starting line. So please consider this 30 minutes or 40 minutes that we have for this conversation as an intro of an intro to a conversation that is coming. So thank you for answering that first question. Now, we have 3 other questions coming up. Please, or maybe we just gather the 3 questions and then Oscar speak. Thank you.
Okay. I basically don't maybe have a question in the beginning, but also just to honor and acknowledge our collaboration. And usually this public program is something that we have started to bring up because we say our exhibitions, we want to honor, you know, like the gravity of what we want to bring on the table. So we don't only bring like 20 artists into a space, we also cite, we bring all the sources that inspired us. We don't reinvent the wheel, but we see the importance of bringing poetry, dance, conversation to the table to give a larger body to what we want to show. And here it's very difficult, I would say, because it's an immense body already. And I'm just thinking about what are we kind of like bringing together. And I think something that's absolutely beautiful about this conversation is that there's so much mutuality in the necessity of creating spaces where people can gather together. And I think, we go at length to bring people that have something to say when it comes to the mutuality, the brokenness, the necessities, the urgencies in our bodies. And I think also I want to acknowledge the group that you brought from La Paila, Mar, Rio y Cordillera. I think there's absolute, this beauty to feel the necessity, even if like you create these grand exhibitions, to think about what is connectivity, what is giving space to communities that we want to listen to. You said the canvases, also recording devices. And yesterday I was just introduced to your father, and within 2 minutes he had so much enthusiasm to show me images of the Frequency series in Mumbai. And I thought it's absolutely beautiful that this is an intergenerational format of inspiration. It doesn't only go into the school classes and records and brings these voices and rhythms of young people all over the world, but it's affecting and inspiring like mutual or multiple generations. And something that I want to this is maybe the question. We had a beautiful conversation with an artist, Samuel Corteva, who's part of a collective in Ghana, and their teachers, they urge them to see their school as something bigger than them. And the teachers are inspiring them to think about the art in something that might be only read and understood in the future, in 20 years, and not to just limit themselves to the vision of now. And I must say, like, a lot in your work also inspires me to think, like, how in like 20 years, what is not being read or understood right now, and what is the legacy and the footprint of it, yeah.
Go with the flow.
I want to think about the flow and the spirit that inspires you, that you trust, but there's something also definitely that walks forward. And at Savi, our still director, says we're not interested in creating a counter canon towards this Western canon, but because a canon is something violent, we want to make something porous. But you're definitely part of a canon because like, look around you. This is all your work. And I want to think about this trust that you feel in this flow, in the spirit that is guiding you, and definitely, the vision that you have in the future.
Linda, thank you. I was going to leave this to the end, but when I my family, it's a group of people tremendously important to me. I very often say that the real artist is my dad. He's the one that, I think jumped into the abyss, that had the courage to take a leap, and shift the course of, absolutely my life for sure, and that of many people in our extended family, and alongside Clara Dublanc, my parents and Anna Pigot, who's another colleague in the studio, have like traveled far and wide to make frequencies possible. I think to go back to my education as an artist in the UK, the UK, again, not particularly now, not to think of the UK as in antagonistic terms, but how can you, in the context of martial arts, take that energy and flip it and do something, positive with that canon, And to flip the darkness of that history, to flip the horrors of, the history. It is a kingdom responsible for gathering, you know, in negativity, resource. And, you know, in Colombia, I was there recently, and they kept asking me, you know, you got there when you were 11, and you talk about your family being this protector, this shield, and even, you know, you don't even have a British accent, you know. And the food, you said that, you know, you had Colombian food and so on. And I said, you know, it is easier to find ingredients to make Colombian food. It is easier to find them in London than it is to find them in Bogota at 2,600 meters above sea level, because the world, in one way or the other, comes to the UK. And I think, you know, that has been the basis of my education, you know, to be educated with the world, to be educated with, you know, kids from Pakistan, kids from Ghana, Nigeria. Those kids were my best friends, you know, when I was in London at the age of 13. And I don't think that happens anywhere else in the world. I don't, you know, it definitely doesn't happen in the United States. And I think it was a beautiful thing to have been allowed to be aware of the world you know, so early. And that was not you know, capped, or it was not oppressed. When I went to art school, it was made even more, it was enhanced even more. And I remember coming to Venice at the age of 19, you know, and feeling connected to the sense of, you know, movement and porosity of this city. You know, I could not comprehend such a city because it's unlike no other city. I didn't think of Italy, you know, when I came to Venice. You know, I had my own connections to it, like even whether I was ignorant or not, I don't know. But, you know, and I think that sense of just being in a place that, you know, has made or has built, you know, what in the context of religion, regardless of how we feel about religion, you know, the first, you know, mosque, for example. So there's that, and I think maybe that begins to answer why Venice and why perhaps we could have not done this in New York, or have not done this in Germany with the complexities of Germany now. You know, even such a bastion in the context of culture that it is Documenta is being attacked, and with such a power in terms of also budgets and the ability to bring together collaborators, artists, collectives from all around the world, and yet freedom and possibility is being attacked. So, you know, I think that begins to give perhaps solidity and clarity as to why this feels so fluid, this endeavor here. And, you know, it wasn't really a joke. It was kind of, as Bona introduced this conversation, this is really, you know, in 2013 I had a show at the South London Gallery, which I called, if this journey, you know, if we were to draw a line, this journey started 400 kilometers north of the equator. And I think that was me trying to, without saying it, you know, this is a biographical journey, but we are all part of it. The equator line, you know, moves, and it cuts across the world, and I think I'm perhaps also lucky that I was born in the equator, because we are so depoliticized. We're kind of, we can do this, we can go up and down. Again, in the context of frequencies, we can go up, we can go down. We can just stay, and then the world moves. We don't have to So I really believe this, and again, it's also perhaps to create my own rules so that I can navigate. I can not feel like I have to belong to something that is already prescribed. Savvy contemporary stands as a as a partner, I believe, to me, and we're traveling together in parallel. We're like together, like supporting each other, and I think, again, no coincidence that we find ourselves here today.
Time for another question.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm just going to split it up and just try to make my question a bit shorter. I think from all of us sitting here, I'm probably the last one to encounter your work, and it happened a few years ago, so it's probably also going to inform the question I'm going to ask. One of the first things I noticed, or one of the first things that really struck my mind when I encountered your work was how political it is. And thinking about the project frequencies and thinking about frequencies as a platform that enables these different communities to determine themselves, but also what you were mentioning about believing in a spirit and expressing yourself through their spirit, putting them into conversation. I think it really shows how political your work is. But I think complementary to that, and it's something I also found when working into La Misericordia yesterday and this morning, is also how abstract your work is. And in this sense, it reminded me of an interview I was watching the other day from the African-American artist Sam Gilliam, who in the interview was questioned about his art as being abstract and how political it could be. And in that sense, I actually wrote down what he answered. I'm just going to read the first sentence because we don't have enough time. He says, abstract art messes with you. It convinces you that what you think isn't all. It challenges you to understand something that is different, that a person can be just as good in difference and sometimes adversity, opposed to what you believe. I think this is a very good resume of the way I felt looking at your work, how abstract it is, but also how political it is. And just to mention something more about the interview, he was also asked a question, or he mentioned how when he was in art school, his teacher would always tell him that he was too gentle with the paint, with the material. And if there's something your work, I feel your work proves as the opposite. You really go hard with the paint on the canvas. You really go hard, on the material. And I think one can notice that with, the layers you're able to create on the canvas. Not proposing something which is like a flat work, but something which brings some kind of a relief. Adding another layer of abstraction to it. So just to round up all of the thoughts and the question, I was wondering if you could maybe tell us a bit more about your relationship, or at least the connection you have to, your work as being abstract, but at the same time political.
That's good.
The problem is that I don't like art. I don't like art. I think I'm very serious. I think if I liked art, I don't think I'll be here today. I think. I think we wanted to. I think the most political, perhaps, that I can get in giving coherence to that is, I want to work with the best linen, the best Belgium linen. I want to work with the best oil paints produced in Holland, you know, and be violent with that, you know, like, but violent not with a sense of like, I think, you know, it's not violent with the sense of awareness of violence, but violence with knowing that if art, you know, was not this vessel, you know, of receiving that, of being able to support, of being that film, you know, also in the idea of recording, that I would probably be violent somewhere else, you know? And so it's really not about art at all. And it's not a rejection either. I think it's just through being fortunate enough, for whatever reason, you know, I stumbled upon this, you know, Belgium linen, and he has been able to resist, you know. So there is this kind of conversation that I am developing and I am, you know, working with. And there are moments, you know, like, you know, thinking about Monet and saying, you know, I cannot, my body does not, cannot digest this idea of beauty or this rhetoric of beauty, aesthetics, formality. How can I get in? You know, how can I? And I got in through violence, you know. I got in through somebody being attacked, like he was dying, you know, he was attacked, and I thought, yes, I that's my entry point. And that really where the work comes, you know, even the embarrassment of being in art school and writing, you know, tamales, you know, which is a staple food in pre-Columbian civilization. It was embarrassing, and it made me feel naked, and you know, because it's like this is the only way that I can begin to exist in this, you know, world. And then you know, and then ever since, it's with the most basic tools, you know, and trusting that is really the only thing to this date, regardless of the complexities, regardless of the relationships, regardless of the abilities and the means, is to trust, you know, those principles to continue this journey. Yeah, I think that's kind of.
Unfortunately, we have no time for a last question, and I think maybe it's very good that me, with this background as art historian, is just canceling herself. And I continue this process of deconstruction and unlearning. So I would like to thank you for having participated in this conversation that, as Buenaventura said, is just an introduction to the introduction of the conversation to come and continue to blossom. And this was our first act in this second session of our program, The Calm Before the Storm. And we slowly should depart and leave the floor to Tanka, our dear Tanka Fonta, that is going to be introduced. And yes, stay with us.
So, we're a few minutes late, but that's fine. As someone said, some people have watches, we have time. So that is the principle for the day. It's a pleasure to introduce Tanka Fonta, whose composition, Pieces of Eternity, we will listen to right now. Tanka Fonta is, first and foremost, a philosopher. Secondly, a poet. Thirdly, a painter. Fourthly, a man of Njakri. Now, you go figure what that means. Fifthly, a guy from Quen Park. You also need to go figure what that is. But for today, he has composed a piece in 5 acts, taking Oscar Murillo's work as a point of departure, as a kind of a score, looking at the frequencies and creating frequencies from the frequencies. We've worked with Tanka in the past year severally, and this piece he composed is actually for a big orchestra, which we couldn't realize this time, but we promised to do it sometime soon. So what you will get is the recording, and we will have the pleasure of listening to the voices of Anna Yeager, Sagal Farah, Billy Fo, and Linhan Baladbad Helbrook, who will read poems that Tanka wrote for the piece. I'll conclude this introduction by reading out what Tanka says about the composition. And please, if you have to cut somebody's head, please don't cut mine, because they are his words, okay? Just warning. He says, these compositions are in a symphonic, multi-layered format. These are sonic movements as thematic compositions, which represent an oral canvas and sound universe that reflect, trace, contour Murillo's eponymous project titled A Storm is Blowing in Paradise. The musical composition is an amalgam of variegated sequences of contoured, melodic, and lyrical instrumental instances with intervening percussive pulse patterns on a composed event timeline, integrating a propulsive, polyphonic, and multi-layered melodic subdivision, motivic rhythmical declinations. I don't even understand what he's writing. Interweaving and interleaving with sampled environmental and nature sounds, whilst integrating and mirroring as its compositional elements and themes, Savi's 4-part movement intervention for A Storm is Blowing in Paradise. It's an even longer text, but I'll spare you because he could make a book from it. So I'll just keep it there and invite you to listen carefully to the, sub-frequencies of this piece. Tanka Fonta, stand up so that people know who you are.
voices of the soil and rocks. I am what I am to you, according to the measure and confinements of your capacity to decode and understand the presence of my essences. In the shadow of the night, underneath the glare of the moonlight, the contours of my undulating outline, still as the mysteries around you, appears as an inchoate, lifeless mass. Do I need a breathing apparatus? Do I need appendages for movement to master the forces of my own formal announcement as what you call matter? Must I, who is the precursor to the worlds of form and matter, appear like you to be considered and accepted within the hierarchies of your own categorizations as a living thing? From the position of the self, you cannot see me for what I am in reality, because I am you and you are me. In the glare of the sun, I take on different porphyritic appearances. I appear glistening forms, different shapes, to serve the purpose and function of my beingness. Out of myself has sprung multidimensional forms of things in their infiniteness. In the deserts, I shimmer in a million granular shapes and sparkle with a sandy splendor. I sprawl and tower as hills, as mountains, to contour the worlds of infinite spaces, the purpose and functions of my essences giving variegated identities, meaning and definitions to the worlds of arising forms and matter. To you and yours, I am inanimate matter, constrained as you peek at my variegated nature through the eyes of the creature self, as you localize the reality of what I am according to your mood swings and feelings. Your realization of the actuality of my presence unfolds finitely and restricted through the aperture of your personal pronouns. But I am boundless, infinite, unnameable. Things, non-things, the perceptible and non-perceptible opens the doors to you for that unnameable truth, which is a pathless way, owned by none and by no human ideologies or religions. You stand on the essences of myself that permeates your entire body and being. And I must talk to you in the first pronoun. I must talk to you in the first person pronoun, as that is the only pathway you can come to understand what I am. The choice to be subjective in perception is your call. But are there choices? In freedom, is there a choice?
Pieces of the eternity. There never was a me and you to be dismembered into billions of quarreling fragments, quartered into the absurdities of categories as classified of neurotic theorists into calcified dogmas, hoisted and worshipped on the altars of nationalism or monotonal ideological dungeons, whose rope of obeisance tetters all of its occupants as changed neurotic grumbeeps, wailing incessantly for light. Yet the ocean of eternity, neither there or here, beacons all the time. Even before the materialization of things and forms, shaped the experiencing of worlds within more worlds, unfolding and enfolding without inverted beginnings nor endings, mystery was and has been the beauty. Even after all the absurd declarations of independence, even after the ignominious departure and eternal isolation within the ocean of blissful ignorance, the arrogance whose cruel tentacles pulls and suffocates all and sundry, omniscience clothes everything, bodies or mental spheres. But we shall enter into that ocean of life, a return to the organic ground of everything.
Meditations of the Mbira. What does the red ochre say to you? And the posture of that long praying mantis, and those abstract arrangements of the basaltic rocks, sprawling deep, deep down into the unfathomable belly of the earth, and the chirps of the crickets whispering those shrill nocturnal notes, the undulating whir of a million living things cascading and permeating everywhere, the sparsely populated vast expanse of the brown earth intimately poised and pregnant with a hesitant murmur of the unknown. What do the evanescent sonic symbols of the rising dawn speak of, and the immense silence of that nothingness of the approaching twilight speak of? Not out of nothingness, but the bushveld and the highland savanna stretching to the stars up yonder know our presence. We are clothed in the resonance, and they do not speak in the voice of the written alphabet, nor in your vocabulary, but they speak via the Mbira, and that we understand.
Pseudo Nzambe. You have disconnected yourself from the sun, from the moon, from the cosmos, from everything, to declare total abstract independence. And you say you are Nzambe, yet isolated in a hardened, empty and barren shell of calcified self, howling and fumbling with metallic contraptions everywhere, in search of the original home. You've learned a few tricks to animate matter, to mimic the centipede, crawling to all the four corners of the earth in that metallic contraption. And you think you are Nweko, hominid mimicry and roaming in that grasshopper-like contraption, imitating everything visible in nature and boasting of innovation. But the answers to this wantonness has been the black hole silence, impenetrable to your emotional tantrums or oily self-serving supplications to lifeless paper deities, wandering from one tiny patch of the earth to another, clamored in ideologic cloaks that are tethered to that thick and insulated self. And pitiable hollering to capture the same light, to hold us captive in lifeless stone buildings. Not yet remorseful even, but to peddle the light for hypnotic purposes, entrapping the vulnerable and the weak with hollow promises of immortality. Can that be? And you say you are Nzambe, but they speak via the Mbira, and that we understand.
The exaltation dances. Consciousness, the node of seeking within the womb of experiencing. Pause in attendance, negating the known whilst being awakens into the stream of awareness. Its tender glyphs like meditative poetry and attentive to the chants of the earth, antennas within the measure of things, not to any cosmic laughter, rather to the immeasurable silence of understanding. Its pivotal anchors interlocking with the language of eternity, entangled in an eternal exaltation dialogue of forms, of structures, either emerging or dissolving, enfolding onto the universes of nothingness and substance. It stops here and there to delight. It stops here and there to delight in the measures of its creation, tactile or textural, cerebral or sensual, and twirls in the cadence of rapture and crescendos, the overtures of this and that emergence, floating in timeless oceans. Unfathomable bliss without the borders of beginnings or the apertures of endings. It must continue in its joyous dance of eternal awareness, flaming always, eager not to descend into the shadows of symbols.
Can we all please give a round of applause for our dear and lovely Tanka Fonta, who composed and wrote all of the songs and poems we just read. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, no? No? Sorry. At this point, I will invite everyone to a 10 minutes break. And when we all meet together after the 10 minutes, we get into the third phase of a day, which is the dew point. Thank you.
the dew point, I would like to ask you to start sitting, because it's actually even getting dangerous during the dew point. So you could actually, of course, seat whatever you want, but this will be a keynote lecture, so take your time and be comfortable. So, I have, yes, the great honor to introduce the keynote lecture for the first act of invocations. Actually, these invocations are just a first moment, because at the end of this exhibition on the 26th of November, we will convene again to embrace another time the storm. This keynote lecture, yes, is taking us into this viewpoint I was mentioning, and I'm very honored and pleased to introduce Michelle M. Wright, whose impressive scholarly work have been informing and provoking many of the reflections that we are trying to articulate at Xavi. I still remember a quite mind-blowing lecture that she gave in Berlin about epiphenomenal space-time at the ICI, actually, in 2019, where she scrutinized contemporary and canonical formations of blackness within and without the academia. That was actually also a very interesting part. While intersecting these discourses on the temporal shift from Newtonian to theoretical particle physics. So that was the first time I encountered the complexity of her theoretical but also very material work. So nicely we kept having conversation, inviting her especially for like radio sessions and collective reflection. And now she responded to this invitation. There was really a carte blanche, let's say, an invitation to engage with our program, our investigation here today on diasporic belonging, of course also our investigation more at large, and also to relate to the work of Oscar. And she has formulated very generously as always, formulated a set of thoughts under the title Dew Point, Dough Point, Black Identities in Europe. Her lecture tackles non-static understanding of identity, its performative, dynamic, and moving character. She will dance us, I would say, between space and time, confronting us with the brutal white forces that intoxicate the present and the past. She will also unfold, if I may say, an index of Black survivability, hospitality, and a celebration of Black resilience and epiphenomenal ways of being by doing. I should also, a bit more formally, being also a keynote lecturer, introduce you. So by saying who you are, Michelle M. Wright is the Emory University College of Arts and Sciences Distinguished Professor of English, where she teaches courses on Black European, African American, and African diaspora literature and culture. Professor Wright was born in Rome, in Italy, the daughter of an African American diplomat and a Polish Czech American school teacher, and grew up in Italy, Morocco, Holland, and Belgium. She's the author of Becoming Black, Creating Identity in the African Diaspora in 2004, which traces the intellectual history of blackness in the West, and Physics of Blackness, Beyond the Middle Passage Epistemology, 2015, which creates a diasporic Black paradigm designed to represent all forms of blackness. Please join me in welcoming Michelle M. Wright.
These theorists, these supposedly brilliant white male theorists who are talking about humanity, identity, time, belonging, couldn't understand the fact of me. They did not produce identities that blackness could fit into. And when I went to my professors asking, why is this? They told me, well, they were writing before there was such a thing as blackness. They were writing before they understood that women were human beings too, and not simply property. But it's okay. You can just staple yourself onto their theories. You can add yourself. You can tape yourself onto these identities that are so great and yet can only understand white, male, heterosexuals as human beings. Well, I was not impressed. And I decided that this thing called blackness, this identity that I possessed, was clearly considerably more difficult and complicated than I had realized, because these great men were incapable of theorizing it. But I hit another problem. As I began to learn about Black Europeans through their literature and their essays, I found myself having to engage with them as if they were always already segregated by nation. And I had this question of how do I talk about Black Europeans when I want to learn about Black Italians and go to my professors in Italian, they tell me, well, there's very, very few Blacks in Italy, so there really isn't anything. I went to my professors in German, and they said, well, there are next to no Black people in Germany, so there isn't really anything. And the same when I went to my French professors. Well, there's not really very many. So it was like I was trying to have a whole pie, but the pie kept getting sliced up along national borders. And then a solution arrived. And the solution came through a book that simply drew on history. It was a book by a Black British author named Paul Gilroy. And the name of the book was The Black Atlantic. And in it, he argued that if we understand a nation as something that exists in the imagination, rather than an actual concrete reality. And when you think of it, this is very true. I come from the United States, and some of you may be aware that we're a little bit divided right now. We have very different definitions about what makes an American identity. How do we know we're American? Our driver's license, our passport, the fact that we are allowed through certain borders with ease while we watch people of color from other nations be stopped, be frisked, be pushed back, be denied entry. That's how we know we're American. Not through any common feeling or sentiment, no matter how much they tell us. A nation is an imagination. And Paul Gilroy took the history of Black sailors from the late 18th and 19th century. Sailors who traveled on both slave ships and regular merchant ships between the United States, the Caribbean, and Britain. And every time they passed through, they changed gossip, exchanged information, shared books, shared arguments, and as sailors will do, shared their sperm, shall we say, to produce these multinational populations. So we have a nation already, Gilroy argued, and it is the Black Atlantic. It is a common understanding between Black peoples on all these different borders who have relatives across these different borders. This was such a wonderful idea for me. It was odd, though, because when you open the book, Gilroy didn't talk about this nation. He talked about heterosexual African-American men and the ways in which they react to 18th century and 19th century white British philosophers. And even more strange, or stranger for me, was the fact that this title of the book was The Black Atlantic, but the Atlantic borders all of the east coast of the Americas and all of the west coast of westernmost Europe, as well as Africa, and none of these land masses, none of these continents actually appear. So in a way, I could move forward with this idea of a black nation, but Gilroy wasn't fully offering a way to connect it except through these straight men. Well, never mind, I thought, I'm young. There is this idea called diaspora that I can use, the scattering of black people across the globe, and I well and truly believed that this notion of diaspora would finally upend this troubled notion of nation. After all, we don't have to imagine ourselves as homogenous, and in this homogenous collective, we can understand ourselves as having all sorts of differences and yet having different types of connections. Our dew point can be our dew point. I was naive again, because as this idea of diaspora began to be taken up again by black academics, the majority of us were in the United States. And the majority of us, even as we experience racism, segregation, nonetheless think like Americans. And what I mean by that is we have that tendency to forget that the rest of the world exists and it is different from us. So in these books about the African diaspora, not all of them, but so many that came out, produced only one type of blackness and only one history: Middle Passage blackness. Middle Passage tends to refer to Atlantic slavery that began in the 15th century and continued on until the late 19th century, with the final abolition happening in Brazil. And in mapping this history, all of these books on diaspora always started with the enslavement of Africans on the West Coast and traced them to the Americas, usually simply the southern states of North America, and from there talked about diaspora. They may talk about Black Brits, they may talk about Afro-Colombians, but they ended up on the margins of the pages, not in the main story. It reminded me a little bit of the history books I used to get as a child, where these were written in the 70s, so they were trying to be inclusive, trying to bring in other experiences. I read about sort of US history. And you would have your page of narrative, 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 and then you would literally have these little colored boxes in the margin saying things like, did you know? Did you know the first black millionaire was Madam C.J. Walker, who created an empire through her hair products? Did you know that the first victim of the Revolutionary War was Crispus Attucks, a black man? And in their attempt to bring them into the narrative, they in fact did the opposite. They put them in a segregated, literally colored box. The attempt at integration wasn't working. I think there are all sorts of people we can try and blame, but I think I actually want to blame Sir Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton, who has become so famous as a physicist. In fact, I found out recently I have a great-granduncle who was named Isaac Newton Ramsey. It's all about the production of knowledge and the money it takes, first to produce knowledge, and then the enormous wealth it takes to disperse knowledge. So here is my great-granduncle living in a small town in Georgia, and he is named Isaac Newton Ramsey. That is the reach of these white knowledges. We're all familiar with Sir Isaac Newton because of his discovery of the laws of motion and gravity. Although perhaps you were like me when you were taught it, you were sort of surprised that this man was hailed as a genius. Because I felt that I already knew that an object at rest stays at rest until it encounters an object in motion, that an object in motion will remain at the same velocity until it encounters an object of lesser or greater velocity. I understood this when I picked up the orange and threw it at the back of my brother's head. I knew it was going to hit his head and drop in velocity as it dropped to the floor, and I knew I would get a spanking for it. So in other words, long before I learned about Newton, I understood these rules. But Newton's rules were equations that promised the world. Newton's equations said, I can take you to a rock in the river, and not only can I tell you where that rock has been over the past tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, I can tell you where it's going to be in 100, 1,000, a million years. And 19th century European philosophers were so excited by this. The idea that you could program everything through these laws and not only excavate the past accurately, but they could also tell the future. So this is why when we talk about history and when we talk about time, we are so inundated with Newtonian theory that we don't even think twice if we're in a classroom and the professor suddenly draws a line with an arrow at the end and starts marking things off with names, dates, etc. Because the belief was that time is linear and time moves forward. And this is how these incredibly complex histories of diaspora ended up being reduced. The idea that we have to tell a linear history. So we will begin with the enslavement of Africans, and then we will move up across the Atlantic to the United States. But this Middle Passage history isn't even the Middle Passage history. It bypasses all of Central and South America for the most part, despite the fact that the vast majority of Black people who live in the Americas live in Brazil, 100 million of them. There are about 40 million Black US. But that line simply won't accommodate a lot. To begin with, you have to start with an origin, and we all know that origins end up cutting off other histories. Origins signify endings. So the movement of Black people within Africa and out to Europe that far predates Atlantic slavery is never told. It doesn't even get to be part of that history. So most people don't know, for example, that the Roman Empire could not grow until it had defeated the Empire of Carthage, a North African nation that controlled trade in the Mediterranean. It was only after the Third Punic War, it took 3 wars, for the Roman Empire to expand outward like that. And then, once again, you have this did you know situation in your diaspora books. You want to talk about Black Brits? You want to talk about Afro-Colombians? Did you know? Here I have them in my neat little boxes. Something more troubling happens, I think, with linear time as well. On one hand, it is a beautiful, clear, precise, immediate way of understanding an enormous amount of complex information. So I'm not interested in getting rid of linear time, but I do want to add to it. And one of the main reasons is when a white European or a white American tells their history, they use linear time as well. But they get to start with a doing point, a do point. My ancestors, in search of greater religious freedom, in search of a living wage, made the decision to travel to the United States. That's not the African American story, nor is it the Black European story, because those stories, when we tell them through linear time, begin with white action and Black reaction. Black people are enslaved and purchased by white people, forcibly sent to the US. And then if we simply do US history, everything is about white people do this and Black people push against it. White people enslave us, we eventually make our way to emancipation. White people impose Jim Crow laws to segregate us and deny us our rights. We eventually find a way to overcome that. But you see how we're stuck here, because however you begin your linear timeline, that has to be the theme throughout the entirety of your history. So there's also this irony here. The irony is, even though we think of linear timelines as what we call progress narratives, You can never progress so far that your theme changes from that of the origin. Your progress narrative is locked in by its origin point. And Black histories, when told through linear time, become Black reactions. Well, lucky for us all, time does not appear to be linear at all. We don't move in a linear fashion. I don't know about y'all, but I certainly don't feel as if I'm 24 hours smarter. Well, today I'm 24 hours smarter because I have attended this concert. But in most cases, not so much. As college students know, it's not as if once you become a sophomore, you have a whole year of knowledge, and then after that and after that. Even when we map our lives, we can hardly point to each year and saying, I get better each year. Some of us strongly suspect that we may have peaked in high school, and we've been on a decline ever since. So this progress narrative, don't want to get rid of it, but need to think beyond it. If at the end of today you're walking back to your hotel and you happen to spot a physicist, grab them and push them against the wall and ask them, what is time? Chances are high they'll tell you, we don't know what time is, we're not sure what time is. Don't get too violent, they're a physicist, they have work to do. But if you look truly menacing and demand a definition of time, they'll say, well, if time is anything, it's entropy. It's the movement of molecules from a tightly bound order to a wider and increasingly chaotic disorder. Time is the glaciers melting. Time is a person growing up, growing old, their skin flaking off, and then they die, and then they slowly decompose into the ground. Time is mountains eroding. So if there is such a thing as time, it doesn't move forward, they don't think. It moves outward towards greater and greater chaos. So when we map our histories, we don't have to use linear time. Another interesting thing, although you always have to watch me, I always warn my students, whenever I read a scientific study that I find offensive or wrong, I'm like, what do they know? They're scientists. When I find a study I really like, I tell my students, well, you know, there's a study, as if it came from God, you know, the sudden truth has appeared that I can communicate. There is an experiment called Wheeler's 1980 Witch Path experiment, in which they took subatomic particles and put different unexpected roadblocks in their way as they traveled from point A to point B. No matter what the roadblock, no matter what they threw at that particle, the particle always seemed to anticipate it and find a way to go around it, find a way to move through it. Some people interpret this through linear time. They said, at the subatomic level, particles can see into the future. I like another interpretation, that wasn't the only one. The idea that there aren't three tenses of time, the way linear time has taught us. There is not a past, and then a present, and then a future. After all, and when you think about how we experience time, the past is literally all around us. As happens so often in Italy, you are often within that past. It is also beneath us. If you live on a farm and you've lived there for generations, there's the chance that if you buried your ancestors in the graveyard right near your house, that you perhaps had a little bit of your great-great-grandfather for breakfast yesterday morning. Literally imbibing the past, because as we die, as we decompose into the ground, that entropy takes us further and further outward in different forms. In the same way, the present isn't a tense that actually exists. If I try to explain to you right now what the present is, I say the present is right now, but not when I just started that sentence because that's the past. I mean right now, but not when I just said right now because that's also the past. The present is right now, but not right now. In other words, I can never truly communicate the present to you for the simple reason that we are always in motion. Whether it's our hearts beating, blood circulating through our bodies, or the earth spinning on its axis, there is no static moment. There is always change, always motion. And in like kind, if we are constantly moving, then the joke nerdy physicists like to tell one another, did you know that time travel is possible? We're always moving into the future anyway, means that the future is not separate from the present. We are constantly in those moments all together, which I call epiphenomenal time. It is a time of three tenses. It is extremely complex. It is also extremely simple. It is simply this now. This past, present, and future all merged together. There was a book that came out a few years before Paul Gilroy's The Black Atlantic, and I wish that I had read it beforehand, but it was written by some Black German activists and academics. So again, you have to have money to create knowledge, and then you have to have even more to disperse it. So it took a while for this text to make itself to me. Farbe bekennen, afrodeutsche Frauen auf der Spuren ihrer Geschichte. Which in English translation, this wasn't the correct translation, but it's to sell books, showing our colors, Black German women speak out. You cannot tell the history of Black Germans through linear time. And this is because whenever you do a linear history of a group, you get one dot to trace that collective through time. But Black Germans first show up in the 18th century in Germany. Some were purchased as playthings by royal houses. Some ended up being the sons and daughters of royalty who attended German medical schools, universities, business schools, law schools. Once we move into the 20th century, the biggest influx comes at the end of World War I, where in order to show its superiority over Germany, France deploys its tirailleurs sénégalais, its Senegalese fusiliers, who were not simply only from Senegal, puts them in the Rhineland to show Germany, you are so beneath us that we can put our Black soldiers in charge of you. We won't even bother with white bodies. These soldiers had liaisons with white German women. The press got very caught up with it. There was even a meeting at the League of Nations. Oh my goodness, this rape is happening. We cannot find a single case of rape. These were romances that happened, and this first generation of Black Germans was born as a collective, but spread throughout Germany. After World War II, African-American servicemen who were found to have a liaison, an affair, or even getting married to a white German woman were immediately sent home, because while in post-Nazi Germany, interracial marriages were legitimate, they were not in the United States, that beacon of democracy. So these men had to be sent home immediately. When you move forward a couple decades from that, it's another different generation of Black Germans. It's African immigrants from West Africa and East Africa who are coming because Germany is in dire need, like the rest of Europe, for labor. So how in the world do you tell this story when your actors keep changing? You can tell it the way they did in Farbe bekennen. They don't begin as a reaction. I'm going to tell this story because whiteness has silenced me. They begin it as a dew point, building up the heat, as a dew point in doing. They announce themselves. They begin by telling the fact of their existence. And they do so not through a linear time, but through moving outward, because you encounter different Black German women discussing their families, discussing politics, discussing histories, interviewing one another, writing poetry, all these mixed genres. And the moment that you get individuals telling you their histories, you don't get the history of a collective. You get the history of many collectives, because all of us as individuals always already belong to a shifting variety of collectives. In some moments when I walk into the classroom, I am simply the American professor. Here she comes again. She's going to talk us to death. In other moments, I am the impatient Black woman in line that the white server is looking at and, ma'am, just a minute, please. In other moments, as in here, I encounter some people who ask me what I can tell them about the program. I tell them I don't speak Italian, and then I actually get a little bit of Italian out, and in that moment, I'm suddenly feeling like, I've returned to my childhood, and I belong to that collective now. In other words, ever-shifting collectives, ever-shifting multitudes. And this becomes enormously useful, not only with Faba when they're telling their histories and they're talking about their American father or their Senegalese grandfather. In other words, as you read it, you can intersect yourself into it, and you can become part of this history in the now. You don't have to wait for a linear progress narrative that eventually allows you to enter as a latecomer into the history. I better check my time. I can go on. This becomes really useful when we're dealing with historical surprises, like the historian Cassandra Pybus found when she discovered that Black Aboriginals were not the only Black people in Australia. This is because in the 19th century, after Britain had lost the United States, which it had been using also as a prison colony, something we don't talk about, it was like, you know that landmass we discovered a few decades ago? Call it Australia. We can use that as our prison colony. And they didn't just ship white Englishmen over on this prison ship. They also shipped African Americans, Black Caribbeans, and Black Brits. And this was simply because this was happening at a time of land grabs in Britain, where farms were being taken away from small farmers. They no longer had a means to subsist. People moved into cities. They are starving. They would dare to steal a loaf of bread to feed themselves. And when the British saw this happening, they met with their legal counsels and their judges, and they said, this is wrong. People shouldn't be starving like this. This poverty should be illegal. And they banished all private property. No, that didn't happen. That never happens. Instead, they said, we need to ship these people to Australia. And that is how you have Black Americans as some of the first settlers alongside white British convicts, Black Caribbeans, Black Brits. But Pybus uncovers this history and then she's not sure what to do with it, because after all, after just a few generations, these Black convicts mix in with Aboriginal and white Australian populations. You can't find their ancestors visibly concentrated anywhere, nor does anyone seem to have a history of it. But with the now of this dew point and dew point, what you do have is the knowledge that can connect you to indigeneity in Australia and indigeneity in the United States. It can connect you from white Australia to Black Britain, to those Blacks that fought alongside the British troops, because unlike the American troops, the Brits promised them their freedom. They basically didn't keep any of those other promises, but they did do that one thing. They said, if we lose, we will take you back with us to Britain, and that's what happened. So if we begin to think and map ourselves in this moment as constructors of epiphenomenal time, we are the ones making this history. I would ask that we not all join together as one in this dew point as the heat rises, but that we merge and intermingle as the multitude of collectivities that we all are. And in our motions and in our connections, after all, connections don't so much need to be made as they need to simply be discovered or admitted or acknowledged. We can bring this heat together for this gathering storm. Thank you very much.
Yes. We take 5 minutes, maybe 10 maximum, to set up the table, because we are now shortly then introducing Maria Buenaventura, who is going to not only make a contribution, but to bring also food for all of us. So stay here. We are there in 10 minutes. And of course, you can actually get a drink if you like. The bar is open.
dentro de esta tormenta que junto a Oscar y su equipo y Xavi hemos construido para ustedes. La siguiente presentación es de María Buenaventura, artista y cocinera colombiana, cuyas investigaciones en la culinaria buscan encontrar los significados más profundos de los ingredientes que se utilizan en la comida tradicional colombiana. Pero no solamente busca entender esas raíces, sino también hacer un homenaje a las prácticas ancestrales de la agricultura en Colombia y de las luchas campesinas a lo largo y ancho del país. Como una vez lo mencionó David Sánchez Juliao, un filósofo caribeño de origen sirio, el sancocho no solamente es la unión y el acto de resistencia, sino que también es el acto más sublime y exquisito para reunir un país tan complejo, tetraétnico y pluricultural como lo es Colombia. Hay que tener eso muy en cuenta, porque Colombia no solamente son montañas, tiene mar Caribe, tiene desiertos, tiene el Amazonas, tiene llanos, tiene el Pacífico, lo cual nos convierte en una potencia de vida, como lo sugirió nuestra vicepresidenta electa, a la cual estamos muy orgullosos, la primera mujer afrocolombiana en tener el cargo más elevado, uno de los cargos más elevados del país. Por lo cual estamos muy orgullosos aquí con la camarada, súper orgullosos de esto. Bueno, la presentación que vamos a tener el día de hoy de María es un sancocho, como le decimos nosotros, un sancocho. María no solamente va a hablar un poco de los ingredientes, de dónde vienen, sino que también va a tener el condimento específico y especial que es la política en Colombia. Ahora, María no quiere que yo cuente mucho más, pero les voy a dejar este pequeño abrebocas diciendo que esto es una historia que por primera vez se va a contar y que involucra a su familia y todo el proceso que ha llevado su familia como parte de las luchas revolucionarias en Colombia. Por último, quiero terminar dándole agradecimientos y de verdad que me pareció algo que significa el espíritu y por lo cual estamos nosotros aquí presentes. Y es cuando personas que provienen de diferentes contextos, sin conocerse, sin estar pasando, así sea un minuto, deciden colaborar entre ellas. Creo que eso realmente es lo que significa un sancocho, unión. No solamente un acto de resistencia, porque aquí estamos resistiendo, pero al mismo tiempo compartiendo. Compañeros, estamos compartiendo. Entonces, voy a darle especial agradecimiento a Nicola Baroto. Por favor, levanten la mano porque quiero que la gente las vea.
No, Nicolás.
Quiero que la gente las vea cuando yo las nombre, camaradas. Alice Citicelli. Duro, duro.
No, pero no, porque no han probado el sancocho.
No, pero el sancocho va a estar increíble. Eso está hecho. Chiara Turati. Gaia Fapani. Marta Muchelli. Y por último y no menos importante, Sole Marchiori. Calma, pueblo, calma, pueblo. No voy a hablar más, le voy a dar el micrófono a María porque sé que hay muchas personas que ya quieren comer, me incluyo. Y creo que ya me gané mi plato de sancocho, ¿cierto?
Poquito.
Poquito, pero me lo gané. Bueno, gracias.
Yo hablo con este.
Okay.
Todo pueblo tiene un sancocho, un caldo hirviente en el que se cocina lo que hay. Y lo que no hay simplemente no forma parte de la receta. Si es de hueso con hierbas de menta, o si es de pescado con algas, o si es de verduras y pasta, eso depende del pueblo y de su casa, el bosque donde nacieron. Este de aquí es un sancocho de gallina con yuca y plátano, del valle del río Cauca, río que todavía corre, más muerto que vivo, en Colombia, el país donde nací. Y ya les contaré por qué, entre miles de sancochos de Colombia, elegí este del valle del río Cauca y no otro. Pero quedemos primero en que todo pueblo en este planeta Tierra tiene un sancocho. Y entonces es curioso, este caldo básico de la humanidad, caldo primordial de todos los pueblos, se parece al caldo primordial de la vida. Hace millones de años, hirviendo en lodo, en caldo espeso, la vida se cocinó con lo que había. Y lo que no había simplemente no fue parte de la receta. El caldo de brujas de la joven tierra lo llama Lynn Margulis, bióloga, poeta. No se sabe cómo, de una materia inmersa en un baño de energía o de una energía inmersa en un caldo de materia, surgió la vida. Parece que hervía en azufre a 250 grados. Nuestro sancocho es en agua, hierve a 100 grados. Y es de raíces y alas porque mezcla todos los estratos de la tierra, del subsuelo al aire, como si lo que nace escondido dentro de la tierra fuera la madre del vuelo. Yuca, papa y subimos, hierbas de suelo, flores convertidas en mazorca y plátano, la gallina que abandonó sus alas, semillas de quinoa, semillas de achote que llevan los patos migratorios, de la tierra al aire. Curiosamente, porque a lo vivo le encantan las metáforas y le fascina repetirse, el sancocho, base de los pueblos, caldo primordial de la vida, es también el principio de las revoluciones. Las huelgas tienen sancocho. Los paros tienen sancocho. Las fiestas tienen sancocho. Y por eso en este caldo se cocinó en mi país el increíble cambio que tuvimos este año. En ollas comunitarias, en medio de un hambre que hoy no imaginamos. Este caldo de mi país se cocinó por años. No tantos como el caldo primordial de la vida, que fueron millones de años, pero sí más de 47, mis años. Fueron 90 años de guerra sin pausa. Mi padre, nacido en 1918, decía que él a los 10 años tuvo que preguntar qué significaba la palabra masacre. Cuando vio en el periódico, en 1928, la noticia de las masacres de las bananeras, la primera masacre de mi país en el siglo XX. Él tuvo que preguntar qué significaba, no sabía qué era esa palabra. Y él decía que en cambio nosotras, sus hijas, en 1974, cuando nacimos, no teníamos que preguntar el significado de la palabra, nacimos con esa palabra en la boca. Era el pan cotidiano. Cuando yo nací, en 1974, mi familia era roja. El mundo era rojo y yo marchaba los 1 de mayo sobre los hombros de mi padre. La hoz y el martillo como un sol sobre nuestras cabezas. no hace parte. La gran revolución, decíamos, estaba a la vuelta de la esquina y nos enorgullecía marchar todos en una misma dirección diciendo ¡adelante! Entonces, justamente cuando yo tenía 10 años, la guerrilla comunista inició diálogos de paz con el gobierno y mis padres resplandecientes se unieron. Con los tíos, los amigos, los hermanos, miles de personas resplandecientes, nos unimos al diálogo, a la paz y a la formación de un partido nuevo, la Unión Patriótica. Un partido que uniría a los que estaban en guerra, uniría exguerrilleros con civiles, militantes de muchas corrientes políticas, un partido que no tendría vínculos con grupos armados, ni siquiera por el más noble de los motivos. Nació la Unión Patriótica y nos convertimos en un río verde y amarillo. Venga esa mano, país, era el lema de Bernardo Jaramillo, candidato presidencial asesinado a pocos días de las elecciones de 1990. Mi madre hacía sancochos y ajiacos para los eventos de la Unión Patriótica. Ahí aprendí a hacer sancochos y ajiacos. Cargábamos las ollas en el carro, las bajábamos en calles y auditorios, y repartíamos sancocho para las arengas del Partido Nuevo. Pero muy pronto ese río, verde y amarillo, se convirtió en un río que iba también en una dirección única. Comenzamos a cargar ataúdes a diario hacia el cementerio. Al principio en marchas multitudinarias, poco a poco en aterrorizadas y solitarias caminatas. 5.733 integrantes y familiares del Partido Unión Patriótica fueron asesinados en mis segundos 10 años de vida. Y los sobrevivientes nos convertimos en un río negro. Y marchamos juntos bajo tierra. El terror invadió mi casa de adolescencia y desaparecimos como raíces bajo tierra. Y en 2003, el Estado de Colombia dictaminó que el Partido Unión Patriótica no cumplía con el mínimo de votantes y lo eliminó de la lista de partidos. Mataron primero a sus votantes y no satisfechos quisieron enterrar al partido. Mi país paramilitar y nosotros tierra. Recuerdo el 2002, no porque casi me matan, cerca al río Magdalena, los paramilitares que estaban en campaña a la presidencia. Lo recuerdo porque aprendimos a hablar pasito. No se hablaba en el bus, menos en el taxi, mucho menos en la calle. Dejamos de hablar y nos enterramos, como raíces bajo tierra. corrían mis segundos 20 años de vida. En esos segundos 20 años, el Estado de Colombia asesinó, uno tras otro, 6.402 jóvenes. Los sacaban de los barrios más pobres con falsas promesas de trabajo. Los llevaban a veredas apartadas y allí soldados del ejército de Colombia, siguiendo órdenes y recibiendo recompensas, los asesinaban y disfrazaban sus cadáveres de guerrilleros para fingir que estaban ganando la guerra contra la guerrilla. En esos segundos 20 años de mi vida, aprendí ya no solo a hablar pasito, sino a quedarme callada. El terror de la adolescencia era ahora un modo de vida. Entonces, en 2011, vi una rendija y me uní a las luchas campesinas bogotanas. En 2013 fue el inmenso y largo paro nacional agrario. Indígenas y campesinos nos mostraron el camino. Empezamos a saber nuestra fuerza, a reconocernos como campo en un país donde toda la población campesina huyó a las ciudades por la guerra. Comenzaban entonces, poco a poco, los brotes de esas raíces de la tierra. Dice don Manuel Quintín Lame, líder indígena, que recuperó las tierras de varios pueblos indígenas a partir de 1920. Él dice en su libro, en su hermoso libro, esta frase: la hormiga, al desenvolver el broche de sus alas, sale de la guarida, pero no sigue el camino conforme a las otras, pues ella se trepa sobre la arena y bate sus alas. Parece que desafía al infinito. Aquí los invitamos a los que alcancen, la vida no es justa, a comer hormiga culona, un plato de Colombia, pues ya una para cada quien. Puedes repartirle a la gente. En 2016 se firmó la paz, al fin, con la guerrilla comunista, pero volvieron a matar. 904 líderes, amigos, conocidos, hermanos, y 276 excombatientes, amigos, conocidos, hermanos, fueron asesinados entre 2016 y 2021. Pero esta vez no nos aguantamos. En 2018 salimos como ríos a apoyar esa primera paz, esperanza. En 2019 salimos a exigir nuestra vida en contra del nuevo gobierno paramilitar y mafioso, y esas marchas fueron brutalmente reprimidas. En 2020 el hambre lanzó a la gente a las calles, y en 2021 surgimos todos de la tierra, en el gran paro nacional del 28 de abril. 28 de abril de 2021. Era un paro emocionante. La marcha venía de todos lados, iba para todas partes y era de todas. No había orden ni dirección, ni teníamos todas un solo adelante. Uno no sabía a qué grupo pegarse. De esta calle venían unas disfrazadas de osos defendiendo los páramos, por la otra el grupo verde por el derecho al aborto, y más allá la bandera gay con la de los comunistas. algo impensable en los 80. La huipala y la bandera de la UP venían juntas y el pueblo Misak tumbó las estatuas de los invasores y nos liberó. Nos liberó a los mestizos del oprobio de tener asesinos y violadores en pedestales. Y no había orden ni dirigencia sobre las marchas. Salimos todos. Era una bandera de todos los colores. Y en los barrios la lucha fue dura. Y en medio de las pedreas hervían las ollas comunitarias. Aún hay gente encarcelada. Y en 2022, por primera vez en la historia de mi país de miedo, de mafia y de extrema derecha, ganó una izquierda unida, que nunca antes se había podido poner de acuerdo. Ganó una promesa de paz, no de guerra. La historia de este cambio, que va de las raíces escondidas en la tierra a las alas, es la que se cocinó hoy en este sancocho. Un sancocho como el que originó la vida en la tierra, como el sancocho base de los pueblos, es el sancocho principio de las revoluciones. Y esa historia, hoy, si ustedes quieren, formará parte de sus cuerpos. Vamos a traer platos y pueden pasar y les servimos. Aquí este es sancocho de gallina y there is vegetarian sancocho also if somebody wants. It was so difficult.
It was very good. You did really good.
Yes, thank you. Sí, pero este no.
Now? Yes?
Yoruba. How you doing?
Yeah, yeah.
How you doing? Let me hear you say, yo. You're eating, eh? Those who eat already, yo. This is Afrobeat.
Ọlọ́jọ́ òní àjùbà o ìbàlá ṣe ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ààrẹ ìbàlá ṣe ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ààrẹ o nítorí pé kíni bọ́mọdé bá júbà bàbá rẹ̀ àròkọ dalẹ́ ni lálẹ́ ọjọ́ yẹn ewúrẹ́ tó wọlé tí ò kábò ó dẹran àmúso àmúso àmúso. Àgùntàn tó wọlé lọ́jọ́ ọjọ́ yẹn tí ò kágò ó dẹran àmúpalẹ́ à àwa máa kágò ká tó ṣeré o àwa máa kágò ká tó ṣeré o òtòróró omi alẹ̀ ẹ̀fẹ̀ o òtòróró omi alẹ̀ ẹ̀fẹ̀ o ó bù sápá o bù sẹ́sẹ̀ mi o. Tìbí kìkì gbogbo ara lè mí wẹ̀ o. Nọ́ọ̀nì 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 o. Nọ́ọ̀nì 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 o. Àwọn ọmọ aṣẹ́ gítà wọ́n ná ní èpo igi. Àwọn ọmọ aṣẹ́ gítà wọ́n ná ní èpo igi o. Òrìṣà ẹni kàṣà ẹgbẹ́ ni. Òrìṣà ẹni kàṣà ẹgbẹ́ ni o. Bọ́mọ aráyé ò bá sí ìkà o. òrìṣà ẹni kàṣà ẹgbẹ́ ni òrèrè ìlà ìlà ọlọ́bẹ̀ ayò. òrèrè ìlà ìlà ọlọ́bẹ̀ ayò. borí bá ń jọba borí bá ń jọba lọ́la máa jẹ́ o. òrèrè ìlà ìlà ọlọ́bẹ̀ ayò. òrèrè ìlà ìlà ọlọ́bẹ̀ ayò. borí bá ń jọba borí bá ń jọba lọ́la máa jẹ́ o. kọ́mí lórí kọ̀sọ́kọ́ mi o. kọ́mí lórí kọ̀sọ́kọ́ mi o. àwí máa wí kì máa ń ṣì wí o. kàkà kí n ṣì wí máa fi ṣorin kọ. òrèrè ìlà ìlà ọlọ́bẹ̀ ayò. òrèrè ìlà ìlà ọlọ́bẹ̀ ayò. borí bá ń jọba borí bá ń jọba lọ́la máa jẹ́ o. Let me hear you. borí bá ń jọba say máa jẹ́ o. Go. máa jẹ́ o. borí bá ń jọba lọ́la máa jẹ́ o. borí bá ń jọba lọ́la máa. borí bá ń jọba lọ́la. borí bá ń jọba lọ́la. borí òjọba lórí òjọba lórí òjọba o. borí òjọba lórí òjọba lórí òjọba o. borí òjọba kórí òjọba kórí òjọba o. borí bá ń jọba lọ́la máa jẹ́ o. ẹ ṣé gan-an àṣẹ.
Now ladies song. We call a woman, African woman, no go gree. She go say, I'll be lady, oh. If you call a woman, African woman, no go gree. She go say, I'll be lady, oh. Honey, I want to tell you about lady. I want to tell you about lady. Hear this. Call her for dance, she go dance, lady dance. Call her for dance, she go dance, lady dance. Call her for dance, she go dance, lady dance. African woman go dance, she go dance the fire dance. African woman go dance. she go dance the fire dance. She no be man na husband. She go cook for him. She go do anything he say. But lady no be so. 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 Lady na master. Lady na master. Lady na master. Lady na master. He call a woman, African woman, no go grease. She go say, I'll be lady. She go say, I'll be. She go say, I'll be lady. I know be woman. She go say, I'll be lady. Ha. She go say, I'll be lady. Ha ha. She go say, I'll be lady.
Shakara. Shakara. Hey, Shakara. Tó bá bó ní Shakara pàdé, pàṣọ tó máa fi nà ẹ́ ò jẹ́ ló ń jẹ́. Kí ló ṣe é pé ò Shakara olóòjé ni. Tó bá bó ní Shakara pàdé. Pàṣọ tó máa fi nà ẹ́ ò jẹ́ ló ń jẹ́. Kí ló ṣe é pé ò Shakara olóòjé ni. Shakara olóòjé ni o. Shakara olóòjé ni. Shakara olóòjé ni o. Shakara olóòjé ni. Shakara olóòjé ni o. Shakara olóòjé ni. What did he go tell you? You don't know me? Come on, Tijo. See this one. I go slap you. I go wound you. Oh, it be Shakara. You see, you the one do. We get a song for them. We say, honey, 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 da 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 da. Don't back for walk on me, da 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 da. Don't back for walk on me, da 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 da. Don't back for me, da 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 da. A big kilo shake, da 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 da. Oh, make ready, da 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 da. Nibo lo ti jawa, da 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 da. Nibo lo ti jawa to lo kun lo, da da da. Èmi pẹ̀lú ẹ̀kọ́, irọ́ ni o fẹ́ ṣe o, òye lóyọ. Kí lọ ṣe é pé o, Shakara olóòlé ni. Shakara olóòjé ni o. Shakara olóòlé ni. Shakara olóòjé ni o. Shakara olóòjé ni. Oh, Shakara, Shakara, Shakara olóòjé ni. Shakara, ibi Shakara, Shakara, Shakara olóòjé. Ìjẹ̀dú Shakara, Shakara, Shakara olóòjé. Sí dandan Shakara, Shakara, Shakara olóòjé. Sí wọ̀wọ̀ Shakara, Shakara, ibi Shakara olóòjé. Sí wọ̀wọ̀ Shakara, Shakara. Ó ẹ̀kọ́, ó yà kọ̀ wáyà. Asante jẹ́ lọ́ntì brofo. Asante jẹ́ lọ́ntì brofo. Asante jẹ́ lọ́ntì brofo. Asante jẹ́ lọ́ntì brofo. Kẹwàá. Idiye.
Ashaka Mutan Jobiara. About that is on Yobiara. What does school on Yobiara? What on Chiro on Yobiara? What goes school on Yobiara? University on Yobiara. What about that, Missy? On Yobiara. What's it good? On Yobiara. What goes school and now? On Yobiara. Obiara TTT. On Yobiara. Ah, on Yobiara. Hey, on Yobiara. Ah, on Yobiara. Mama Kosa. Anieri. Igo Kosawa. Anadoma Mito Toyai. Ibo Kosawa. Anagoma Mito To. Ibo Kosawa. Anagoma Mito To. Ibo Kosawa. Anagoma Mito To. Obiara. Oyo Obiara. Oyo Obiara. Oyo Obiara. Aba. Silva, Golova, go, go, go. Aba, you go to say today. Aba, hale watch it. Ale watch it. Onu ya tuwe. Onu ya tuwo. Samara me says somewhere. Samara me says somewhere. Medi wood there both road. Samara me says somewhere. Medi wood there banchi. Samara me says somewhere. Medi wood there for fur. Samara me says somewhere. Medi wood there talk about the what it about the talk about the what it about. Come on, the move it. Move your body. Come on. Move your body. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Hey, Mama, you don't do it. Shalafiani, 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 Alafiani, 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 Shalafiani, Shalafiani, Sokode, 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 Sokode.
Soko de, soko de.
You want more? You want more? We got time. Hey.
Caminho, caminho, Utina mentina, Utiminana, Utiminana, Tina Hona mentina, Utimidana. Minaendo, uti minaenda, minaenda, minaenda. Repete. Roko. Waka, city waka, you waka, city waka, you waka, you waka, you waka, you taya, you waka, you waka, abo, Evaye, Sekoto, Evaye, I beg you, rock me steady, rock me steady. Say, take up easy. I take yeah, Aba. Kele Willy. Tatale. Come again. Hey, come again. Come. Achigodo. Come again. Yes. Achigodo. Come again. Yes. Achigodo. Come again. Hey. Oh baby, now you're done. Hey baby, now you're done. Oh baby, now you're done. Hey, don't tell me. Oh baby, now you're done. Hey baby, now you're done. Hey, don't tell me. Hey baby, now you're done. Hey baby, now you're done. Hey, don't tell me. Hey baby, now you're done. Anana ya shibo. Anana ya shibo. Anana ya shibo. Anana ya shibo. Aliki zagaligi, aliki zagalogo, aliki lagaligi, aliki logologo, ilumi lagaligi, ilumi logologo. Atiyo, ilumi logologo. Atiyo, ilumi logologo, ilumi lagaligi, ilumi logologo, ilumi lagaligi, ilumi logologo. Evemi lagaligi, evemi ya. Evemi lagaligi, evemi pota. Irapa. Evemi lagaligi, evemi ya. Evemi lagaligi, evemi ya. Evemi ya. Evemi lagaligi, evemi ya. Irapa.
everybody. Yeah, it's soup time.
Yeah,
Even though we are on the soup.
yeah.
Yeah, nice soup voice.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. Goes like this. Hey, mama, mama, mama Africa. Sing it on.
Mama Africa ba.
Yeah, mama, mama, mama Africa ma. Hear this. Mama Africa, we call your name. It's been so long, we're suffering in the town. We got the diamond, we got the gold, we got the cocoa, we got the oil, we got the bauxite, we got the human, we got the food, but we dey tire singing. Hey, mama, mama, mama Africa, ma. Sing along. Hey, mama, mama, mama Africa, ma. See the politician, they chop money. They know they make the roads. They know they build hospital. They know they build school. Or they take the money for their pocket. They may suffer in Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, sing. Hey, mama, mama, mama Africa, ma. Hey, mama, mama, mama Africa, ma. Sunday, give me something.
Keep on dancing. Keep
One more
on dancing.
time. Hey, mama, mama, mama African bar. Let me hear sing it. Ah. Hey, mama, mama, mama African bar. Children singing. Merci. Gracias. Yadamwasi. Mungode. Shikoran.
Awo. Awo, awo, abae, maku, mienu, miesa, adibang poto.
Poto.
Chua, omanyaba.
Yao. Merci. We got so much things going. So let's give way for the next artist. Drummers of Joy, we are happy to be here. Bona, you do all.
Well.
acompañarnos en este día tan maravilloso que venimos compartiendo desde aproximadamente 7 horas, que ha sido un programa intenso pero maravilloso en el cual estamos todos aquí reunidos. Yo quiero hacer un ejercicio primero porque creo que vamos a tomar un minuto para transportarnos.
Hey. Sí. Sí, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hola, ¿cómo estamos? ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué hubo? Bien. Ok.
Como decía, vamos a tomar un vuelo directamente al Caribe, a República Dominicana, la tierra del merengue y de la bachata. Aquí tenemos a Fran Báez. Tenemos a Fran Báez, poeta, escritor, cronista, músico de la República Dominicana, que es una de las voces más fuertes, a pesar de que su prosa en apariencias puede ser delicada, pero profundamente entiende el concepto de ser Caribe, sobre todo en la región hispanoparlante. Cuando conocí la poesía de Fran, lo que me interesó de ella fue cómo captura esa idea del horizonte y de cómo las personas que vivimos en el Caribe siempre vemos personas yendo y viniendo, un cruce de muchas culturas, y que sin lugar a dudas genera un contenido y una experiencia no solamente cultural, sino económica y social muy importante para nosotros. También Fran tiene unas palabras en términos colombianos exquisitas para capturar esa idea de lo que es migrar, lo que es para un caribeño siempre mirar hacia otro lugar, siempre mirar hacia el horizonte y soñar con un lugar mucho más chévere del que nosotros tenemos. A pesar de que pues nosotros vivimos en el lugar donde un gran porcentaje de la humanidad quisiera vivir. Como que ese es el ideal que la gente tiene. Fran, exactamente, vivimos en el lugar de vacaciones del mundo. Entonces Fran nos va a acompañar con una lectura de su poesía que se llama Otro día en la tierra. Muchas gracias.
Y ahora, ahora sí. Vamos arriba. Ok, italiano, English, español. Ok. 1, 2, 3.
Otro día en la tierra. El presidente dice que todo estará mejor. Y eso significa lo contrario. En Medio Oriente bombardean un estadio de fútbol y 2 poblados. En Occidente, hombres y mujeres deslizan sus dedos sobre diminutas pantallas en busca de un alma o un cuerpo, un producto, un artículo, un bono, un descuento, un especial. Recorremos el internet y los pasillos de los malls esperando una señal. Los meteorólogos anuncian huracanes. Los volcanes se activan, un tsunami vendrá y borrará nuestras islas. Lanzan una nave al espacio en busca de nuevas tierras donde invertir, levantar fábricas, basureros, parqueos, producir. Anuncian el antídoto de la muerte. Alguien subasta su virginidad por eBay. Celebran la boda real. Disparan a un diputado mientras se toma un selfie. Nostradamus predijo que hoy veríamos el rostro de Dios en la pantalla de Times Square, pero ya acabó otro día en la Tierra y no lo hemos vuelto a ver.
Chica, 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 chica.
Otro día en la tierra.
Chicago. Te miras en espejos, en vitrinas, tomas pastillas, te quedas en calzoncillos, escuchando la lluvia que cae en la oscuridad, te cortas las uñas, te afeitas, le tienes miedo a los terroristas, a andar borracho, al SIDA, al cáncer, al tiempo, al reloj que avanza. Las manos que sostienen este lapicero cada vez son más viejas, los huesos crujen y los dientes castañean. Y este pelo lo arrastrará el viento, al igual que arrastra las hojas que caen de los árboles. Cocinas, espías vecinas, despiertas en una habitación desconocida sin nadie a tu lado, cantas solo, se te congelan las manos. Esperas en una parada sentado, de pie en un ascensor. En un cine, peces se te meten por los oídos y se te salen por las narices. No tienes dinero para taxis, no tienes teléfono. Eres un madero flotando en el lago. Te duermes en el último vagón del metro. El alba helada te encuentra en porches, fumando o avanzando por barrios polacos, por 95th and Ryan, por Oak Park, por Belmont, frente a la escultura de Picasso, por librerías, gasolineras, rascacielos, debajo de puentes, muelles, playas, callejones, círculos del infierno, escaleras eléctricas, miradores. Caminas como la sombra de un poeta griego olvidado. Miras señales, letreros, descuentos, personas entrando y saliendo. La nieve cayendo sobre el lago gris y petrificado como una postal. Gaviotas arrebatando sombreros. Un melancólico paisaje. Unos ojos, un mapache, una taza de café humeante a las 3 de la mañana y te pones a hablar solo y le gritas a alguien y no respondes. Y te preguntas si piensas en el vacío que dejan las lágrimas, piensas en lo que no hiciste y lo que hiciste, piensas que la vida es esto y te quedas mirando la mano preguntándote, ¿esto es una mano o no es una mano? Te pones una caja en la cabeza y fumas un cigarro, te encoges de hombros, caminas hasta que te salen callos. Los cuervos se quedan mirándote cuando te sientas en los parques. La cajera del supermercado te odia. Los poetas te invitan tragos las 24 horas. Pegas el oído en la pared y te esfuerzas por escuchar el latido del silencio, pero no hay silencio de ese lado. Te pones un gorro, una bufanda, un abrigo y sales, pasas bares, cementerios que visitas sin conocer a los muertos, pasas hospitales, la banda municipal con sus obesos músicos sudando y cargando los instrumentos, el hormiguero de gente y gente fluyendo por tiendas y tiendas con fundas y papeles. Ríes con una rubia que le faltan los dientes, caminas sobre los rieles con los ojos cerrados, tocas ascensores, timbres, puertas, ves la nieve caer frente a la ventana con un gato en los brazos. El viento agita las aguas heladas del lago. El viento de Chicago que algún día arrancará de cuajo los edificios con sus luces encendidas y los mandará junto a las casas y los carros y los trenes y los teatros y a Dorothy de vuelta a Oz. Caminas bajo la luz de la luna, la nieve, la niebla. Pisas huellas ajenas, respiras, criticas, te rascas la barba y aguardas por el bus de las 11, bajo la nieve que cae y cae hasta cubrir las calles y los edificios y Chicago y la noche. El huracán David fue como un luchador enmascarado que se subió en el ring con una silla para golpearnos por la espalda. Años después, Emily nos lanzaría sal en los ojos, como predijo la sibila. Federico nos dio el abrazo del oso. Le siguió Gilbert, a quien logramos esquivar cuando con toda su mala fe se lanzó desde la tercera cuerda y cayó con todo su peso sobre Jamaica. Luego Hortense nos hizo palanca al brazo, nos lanzó contra las cuerdas y nos recibió con tremenda patada voladora. Jamás olvidaré al huracán George, que nos aplicó una llave maestra y apretó hasta dejarnos inconscientes en medio del ring. Los historiadores cuentan que San Zenón nos pegó tanto que cuando se nos tiró encima, el referee contó hasta 1000 y nosotros, por más que quisimos, no pudimos levantarnos.
Otro día en la tierra.
Poetas de la playa. Ahora aprovecho para contarles la leyenda de los poetas de la playa, un puñado de genios que viven en las aguas, haciendo poesía con las olas, escribiendo odas, sonetos y elegías en las páginas del mar. Ellos no necesitan ir a la universidad, trabajar, ni pertenecer a la Federación Nacional de Surfistas. Les basta con tener oído para el océano. Los poetas de la playa reman y se suben en las tablas con disciplina espartana, dispuestos a domar la manada de salvajes y estruendosas olas. Cuando meteorología anuncia un huracán, son los primeros que llegan a las playas. Los bomberos y la defensa civil con megáfonos les ruegan que salgan. A los 30, al igual que los poetas románticos, se retiran. Algunos mueren ahogados, otros son atacados por tiburones y pierden sus piernas o sus brazos, otros se hacen abogados. Pero créase o no, sus obras perduran y noche y día. Si uno se acerca lo suficiente al mar, puede escuchar como ola tras ola, las recita.
Otro día en la tierra.
Breve conversación con el mar Caribe. Te cuento que el otro día conocí al mar Mediterráneo y fue un poco como conocer un actor olvidado. Caminé por el malecón oyendo sus olas que sonaban como la tos de un Joe Pesci asmático. Aunque más que un actor olvidado, el mar recordaba las momias que exhiben en el Museo del Cairo. Nada que ver contigo, Mar Caribe, que esta tarde tienes tanto vigor que parece que vienes del gimnasio. No sé si te prefiero cuando te tiendes manso y reposas como un león en medio de la pradera, o cuando te enfureces y ruges e intentas sodomizar la costa a la manera de Marlon Brando en el último tango en París. Los pelícanos y las gaviotas se te escurren de los dedos cuando intentas atraparlos. Es como si quisieras salirte del lecho, pero tus cadenas te sostienen. Tus cadenas te sostienen con tanta fuerza que no te queda de otra que gritar y despotricar. Di la verdad. ¿No te molestan toda esa basura que te arrojamos? ¿No te molestan todos esos cruceros, además, con ancianos? Te hemos envenenado, contaminado. Me adelanté mucho y va como demasiado suave, así que cójanlo. Ahí viene, ahí viene, ahí viene. Ahí viene, vamos a esperar que llegue. Va llegando el karaoke, ¿no? El año pasado tus costas tenían tantas algas que parecía que en nuestras playas un turista te contagió la sífilis. Yo me dije, esto se ve feo, y me pregunté si este no era el fin. Pero en vez de mandar un tsunami y desquitarte de nuestras ciudades y borrar del mapa a Miami, volviste a pasear tu rebaño de olas que balaban en paz y en armonía a lo largo y ancho de la costa. ¿Qué más te digo? Eres el mar de mi infancia. Me he pasado la vida descifrando tus palabras. Ambos hemos envejecido, pero a pesar del paso del tiempo, sigo viniendo a este arrecife a conversar contigo, de la misma manera que lo hacía cuando era niño y paseaba por estas costas, y una tarde recogí una caracola y me la llevé al oído y tú me hablaste por primera vez. Ok, el mar Caribe.
Otro día en la tierra.
Ok, este se llama La pelota que lancé cuando jugaba en el parque aún no ha tocado el suelo. Siempre quise ser el primer dominicano en la NBA. Para entonces, poner un dominicano en la NBA era tan difícil como poner un dominicano en la luna. Practiqué tiros libres, corrí, hice marineros, sentadillas, lagartijas, parodié ganchos, donqueos. Jugué 25 quintetos al día, mandé a hacer una franela con el número 23 y lloré cuando Magic Johnson anunció que tenía SIDA. Wow, me adelanté mucho. Mandé a hacer una franela con el número 23 y lloré cuando Magic Johnson anunció que tenía SIDA. Un día toqué la malla de un salto, luego toqué el tablero, nunca llegué a tocar el aro, 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 con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro, con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Conseguí esas pesas que se amarran en los tobillos y que incrementan el salto, pero no funcionaron. Y me las cambiaron por unos Converse Magic con aire comprimido que me robaron mientras jugaba bajo un transformador en San Carlos. Carlos, 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 Carlos. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Compré unos Reebok Pump y me expulsaron del equipo nacional de minibásquet. Me faltaba estatura, alegaron. Ni empinado era lo suficientemente alto. Dormí 13, 14, 15 horas al día para acelerar mi crecimiento. Comencé a comprar jarabes, vitaminas, minerales, suplementos. Luego de 11 meses creo que me estaba encogiendo, yendo, 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 yendo. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Hice barras, ejercicios de estiramiento. Le pedí a Jesús, a la Virgen y al hombre elástico unas míseras pulgadas de más. Ya tengo 30 años y todavía me faltan 2 pulgadas para alcanzar los 6 pies. En vez de llegar a la NBA, me mudé de barrio y ahora mismo juego dominó en donde da lo mismo si eres enano. También escribo poemas y se los dedico a quien se me ocurra. Por ejemplo que dedico a los que no se quitan la camiseta al jugar básquetbol porque les ha crecido pelo en la espalda. Espero que lo gocen y que aplaudan, y que aplaudan, y que aplaudan. Y que aplaudan, 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 con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro, con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro, con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro, con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro, con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro, con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro, con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro. Con la mano arriba como si fuera a tocar el aro.
Otro día en la tierra.
Bueno, en Santo Domingo hace mucho tiempo llegó el fin del mundo a mi barrio. El Caribe vendría siendo como un sitio donde ocurren todos los experimentos que van a ocurrir en el mundo. Y bueno, y lo vivimos con la pandemia. Este se llama Llegó el fin del mundo a mi barrio. Llegó el fin del mundo a mi barrio sin que a nadie le importara. Mis padres tenían puesto CNN esperando el boletín especial. Los liquor stores y los cybercafés siguieron abiertos hasta tarde. Nadie comprendía las señales. Hasta la mujer que vio la silueta de la Virgen de la Altagracia en el cristal delantero de su jipeta fue al car wash a lavarla. Nadie se percató que aquel caballo blanco que arrastraba una carreta de naranjas era del Apocalipsis. Moteles y bingos estaban abarrotados. Las evangélicas que con sus panfletos habían anunciado tanto el fin, se fueron a la cama temprano. No cortaron las líneas de teléfono, ni se llevaron el agua y la luz. Nadie vio las estrellas que caían del cielo. Para cuando el arcángel Miguel sonó la trompeta, el partido de los Yankees iba por el 8º inning. Aguardaron a que se vaciaran las casas para luego recogerlas y meterlas en sus maletas. Descolgaron las nubes, la luna, las estrellas, el tendido eléctrico con sus palomas, los tinacos, los pájaros y las antenas. Envolvieron el paisaje tropical como si fuese un lienzo y lo empacaron todo, como si se tratase de un circo que se mueve a otra ciudad, esperanzados en volver a inflarlo, levantarlo y clavarlo a martillazos en algún descampado de Nueva York o Barcelona.
Que se vayan a correr y sean felices.
Ahí está, la policía, a ver.
¡Corre, corre! Siéntate aquí con tu ahí.
Otro día en la tierra.
En eso llegaron, mira eso. Increíble.
El dominicano llegando a Puerto Rico. El Caribe.
Otro día en la tierra.
Anoche soñé que era un DJ. Llamo por teléfono a Miguel y le pregunto si piensa que me iría mejor de DJ o como poeta. Y Miguel responde que siga como poeta. Mi novia también dice que como poeta. El hermano de mi novia dice que como poeta. Y una jevita que hacía una fila en el cine y que recién conocí, dice que como DJ. Las menores me ven más como DJ. Y las mujeres que compran en el supermercado dicen que persista con los poemas. Mi mamá dice que como poeta. El plomero dice que poeta. Los 5 poetas que conozco me dijeron que me iría mejor como DJ. Mi hermana se abstuvo de votar. Fui a ver a DJ Tiesto y una gringa me tomó de las manos y me explicó que los DJs son criaturas de Dios. Son ángeles, dijo. Y mientras hablaba, yo imaginaba a los DJs volando con sus turntables alrededor de Dios, como si fueran mosquitos, y Dios los espantara con la mano.
DJChronicBeats.com.
Pero bueno, la cuestión es si los poetas y los DJs se pueden conciliar, si pueden ser uno. Si es posible escribir con una mano poemas y con la otra pinchar discos. Si se puede ser mitad poeta y mitad DJ. Si del ombligo para arriba soy poeta y del ombligo para abajo soy DJ. O al revés. O quizás que un poeta se convierta en DJ las noches de luna llena. O quizás estoy exagerando. Y en el fondo todo DJ quiere ser poeta y todo poeta quiere ser DJ. Hay una fábula en donde un DJ y un poeta caen en un pozo. Empiezan a vocear y a vocear hasta que un hombre se asoma y les tira una cuerda para irlos subiendo poco a poco. Sube al DJ primero. Y cuando se la arrojan al poeta, este grita que lo dejen abajo. Y el hombre y el DJ, así lo hacen, aguardan el silencio y se marchan al rato. Muchas gracias. Bien, gracias, Xavi. Y gracias, Ariana, que tradujo los poemas al italiano. Gracias, mil gracias. Y gracias por la invitación, Mario, a todo el grupo. Muchas gracias. Y nos vemos en Santo Domingo.
Thank you so much to Frank Báez, and thank you all for being here with us this evening. We're so grateful that the room is filling up, warming up, and that all our frequencies are joining together, merging and blending. Our next performer is Phyllis Akinyi, a Danish-Kenyan dancer, choreographer, performance artist, and dance researcher who's based in Madrid. She works with traditional and experimental flamenco and has spent many years developing artistic works that highlight African and diasporic expressions across flamenco. Her general artistic practice investigates culture and identity from an anthropological lens of bodies caught in cultural in-betweens, the betwixt. Can you hear me well? Because my voice is, I've had a cold, so my voice is disappearing. Okay, wonderful. So this performance piece is called Space, Pace, and is a semi-improvised performance orbiting time and space. Space will create a temporary takeover of Scuola Grande della Misericordia through an Africanist spiritual approach to sound and movement, letting the space and spirits speak for themselves. Using her body and listening to the voices of the space, Akinyi will create a live soundscape through a loop station, creating a realm of juxtapositions. Silence meets noise, individuality meets community, past and future collide, anxiety mixes with peace. Please welcome Phyllis Akinyi. Can you please kindly turn to my left towards the painting in the backdrop?
I want to call in the embodiments of love. Our grandmothers and our great-grandmothers and our great-great-grandmothers. Ashe. Celia Cristina González Techía. Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Lola. Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Lola. Camena Rosalí. Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Lola. Camena Rosalí. Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Lola. Camena Rosalí. Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Lola. Manuela de Jesús. Camena Rosalí. Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia Cristina González Amina Techía. Blessings, Lola, Manuela de Jesús, Camena Rosalí, Celia, Cristina, González, Amina, Alego, Blessing, each one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego, blessing one life. Grace, Buenaventura, Rosalí. I am Yakoga, I am Amina, Alego.
My thing, what I hope to do all the time, is to be so completely myself, which that's what I hope I am. To be so much myself that my audiences and even people who meet me are confronted. They're confronted with what I am, inside and out, as honest as I can be. In this way, they have to see things about themselves immediately. Is to be so completely myself, which that's what I hope I am. Is to be so completely myself. So completely myself. They're confronted with what I am. They're confronted with what I am. In this way, they have to see things about themselves. In this way, they have to see things about themselves. Immediately. Immediately. They're confronted with what I am.
Ya no hay pluma ni tintero para escribirle yo a mi madre. Hace 3 años yo no la veo. In this way, they have to see things about themselves. Immediately. 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 Y ven acá, mujer. Deje el mundo y convencete a la razón que no hay hombre ya en el mundo que sea fijo como el rey del oro.
my thing, what I hope to do all the time, is to be so completely myself, which that's what I hope I am. Hope I am.
Great, one, I am Nyakoga, I am Nya Alego, great, one, I am Nyakoga, I am Nya Alego, great, one, I am Nyakoga, I am Nya Alego, great, one, I am Nyakoga, I am Nya Alego, great, one, I am Nyakoga, I am Nya Alego.
Hello, everyone. I'm just going to invite everyone to move over to this side because the next performance will be happening over here. So you can just get the seats and we continue immediately. Ok, tu as besoin de combien de filets de nuit 5 minutes, ok. Ouais. Je crois que juste pendant le temps, je vais voir que les autres essaient. Oui, oui. Ok. So, he needs just like 2 minutes to make our instruments to work in the Kettly. Can we literally all of them?
Quindi c'è la jam session?
No, c'è Blick.
Vocal performer? Ok. Ok, perfetto. Quindi vanno avanti senza break.
Perché hanno paura che la gente vada via.
Hey, 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 hey. Hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, oh.
Okay, yeah. So, I think after calling the storm and setting the tone and feeling the calm before the storm, reaching the dew point, I think we can all feel the heat at the moment. And Before introducing our next artist, Blick Bassy, I'm just going to say something very briefly to kind of set up the context of his performance. On the 13th of September 1958, one of the founders and leaders of the political party UPC, Union des Populations du Cameroun, was brutally murdered by the French army. And in an attempt to erase the person and his memory, they buried him in concrete without any sign. 3 years ago, Blick Bassy released his album, 1958. And in the Bassa tradition, in the Bassa community, the name Podol is given to the person who carries the message, who is the spokesperson. And I think in releasing the album, Blick proved to be this Podol. He proved to be this spokesperson, not only for the people in the Bassa community, but also for all those who, in the spirit of carrying the fight and carrying the resistance, wanted to continue the work and remember the legacy of Ruben Umyobe. I'm going to briefly read something about Blick Bassy. He was born in Cameroon, where he grew up between Yaoundé, the capital, and Mintaba, his native village, where singing, dancing, and music are customary. He draws his multiple inspirations from his childhood memories, traveling between music, dance, performing arts, and cinema. Blick Bassy brings these disciplines into dialogue with brio, and after spending 10 years with the group Macas, which he created, he embarked on a solo career and produced 4 successful albums, making him one of the most inventive, multidisciplinary artists of his generation. And I think we can humbly say that. He's going to, picking up from his heritage and questions, he will question the conflicts of yesterday and today, and his music, which is Afrofuturistic, makes him an avant-garde artist, mixing traditional and electro-modern sounds. He's also a writer, and in 2016, he won the Prix d'Afrique Noire, which is a prize that crowns is awarded to African writers, French-speaking African writers. We're going to start his intervention today with a video, and which are going to be shown on the screen. So you want to make sure you can watch the screens. And just to give you a very brief context about the video, it is a video in which we find a character, Afana, who is a regular journalist for the presidential party, who has been infiltrated. And in charge of the daily news, she passes on encrypted information from the bits of coded messages sent every day by the inhabitants of the Mintaba provinces to prepare the creation of the contributionist city, Bikoti 3000 city. The video screening will be followed by a concert. Please welcome Blick Bassy on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, young women and men, children and babies, good evening! Welcome to Mintaba's participatory news broadcast. I am Billy, yours truly. Before I begin, let me remind you how fortunate we, the people of Mintaba, are to be governed by a great and wonderful president whose term has just been renewed. Allow me to execute a few dance steps to celebrate the re-election of a wonderful boss, our amazing president. Today, we received contributions from all 52 provinces of the country. You all know the concept. Here, we give the floor to the people because they love their incredible and handsome president, whose action, even when unnoticeable, are amazing and concrete. Yes, dear viewers, we're indeed led by a genius who came straight from the vessels of the highest and most beautiful creature on earth. I would even say extraterrestrial because his intelligence is surreal, supernatural, superhuman, super. In short, understand that you and I are very lucky to belong to the Mintabanese nation. The first part of this broadcast will be dedicated to the fresh news of the day, while in the second part, I will read the information that comes to us from all over the country, thanks to our wonderful and happy participating viewers, who I imagine, admire, and love, as I do, our incredible president and his new and beautiful government. This broadcast is ours. It's yours. And each of your contributions is essential for the smooth running of the information. Be inspired by the action of the head of the state. Politics. Our beloved former and new president has been superbly re-elected. His Majesty Bisimba Bimantara was thus elected with lots of love, as he got more than 99% from premium voters, 60% from freemium voters, and a very positive opinion from the abstainers, whose loving feelings are seriously taken into considerations. Thanks to the abstensiometer, a brilliant empathy detector that was created by our former and new loving president, whom I personally appreciate from the bottom of my heart. The malicious ones and some jealous journalists dared to say that in order to win, a beloved president would have used autopolitics, the equivalent of autotune in music, a political application that would allow him to show himself off as the ideal providential candidate. I am the epitome of the perfect journalist, and I love my president. Unfortunately, there are still some who lack the ability to appreciate greatness. Remember that each premium voter is worth 100 votes, while a freemium is only worth half a vote. Our beloved president, therefore, encourages each voter to opt for a premium subscription, a subscription that costs only 30,000 of the new currency, whose name is yet to be given by the country's authorities. The banknotes of the new currency have already been printed and are available to the people. Thanks to our loving president, the majority of the population is so delighted because our beloved head of state has provided them with a nice strategy to hunt down the evil bad eggs that cause their low purchasing power. Thanks to the handmade love meter by our beloved president, we can confirm the feeling of absolute wealth that runs through and animates almost our entire population. The people are overly happy. Yes! The president is good. We'll be right back for the second part of our participatory news broadcast after the commercials.
Jesus' blood, the wine of power, a presidential nectar, the very blood of democracy. To solve all your problems, our amazing head of state has come up with a bespoke solution. Produced in his very own cellar, prepared and macerated from organic love ingredients, Jesus' blood is the presidential wine, the wine of wonders.
Welcome back to the second part of your participatory broadcast. As you already know, this second part is dedicated to information sent by our viewers. Here we go. Mbarga is watching TV. I have my tontine tomorrow. The village train is late. What is that? My goat ate my soup last night. My grandfather dances every day with his big belly. The little dog that dances at night is not afraid. I sold all my peanuts. The tailor has sewn me a pretty dress. My bag is in the garage at the Baobab roundabout on Wednesday. Today's messages seems very strange to me. No message for our loving president. I hope that the next messages are more coherent and inspiring. I would like to take this opportunity to remind all those who have not yet paid the presidential love tax to do so urgently. Remember, this tax allows you to show our president all the love you have for him. Yes, he is good. Let's get back to the subject at hand. Our viewers, let me read the remaining messages. My cat had a giggle. Come and eat with me. Grandfather is killing himself in the field work. My daughter says that later on she would like to become a racist. What? Why is this little dog following me around? My car broke down last night. The pastor field this morning, taking me safe. I like my tea with honey. Leave me alone, I'm in a big hurry. We had a special and weird edition tonight. Unlike the previous editions, the messages were rather ungrateful, more disjointed than usual. I was hoping to get some messages for a great head of state. Anyway, that's also the purpose of this broadcast, to receive all your messages no matter how crazy they are. Good evening, and may the spirit of our incredible president and his big brother, Jesus Christ, watch over you. Good Friday to all, even if it's Thursday. Our amazing president has decided that Thursday is now Friday. See you tomorrow. I'm Billy, yours truly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful love moment. Very happy to be here.
My first time here, and I'm so happy to be here for the first time, and for a wonderful event. Being here tonight is really something special, you know. We hear people coming
from Italy, for people coming from Cameroon, from Colombia, from worldwide, and being in this amazing place just to share love, because it's just about love. Everything we just trying to do those 2 days is just about how we can bring our love together, because we just build of it and for it. And we live in a complicated society what is trying, to bring inside its love, difficulties, issues, and everything. And this even is really to remind us that we just made to share love, to share the Wi-Fi you guys have inside each of you. Yeah, you just made for it. Thanks for bringing me here.
Sola babi well, you only family long years. Babi well base, on be alala base. For all babi well, in your sang in long years, in your sang. The band in no job. Boy, my son, Ibela. On Bendungo, my even Wabe. Guinea, 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 Guinea. I saw Alabi well in your monkang, me long years in your monkang. Me bon be balalabes. Abi wa, ye abawa, babi welly, in your little just. Báez non jal genajes on with my indi talvo ritele piutila genajes
Thank you so much. So I'm coming from Cameroon, and for those who don't, I'm sure that most of you guys don't know the history of my country. Billy tried at the beginning to explain, but let me just tell you quickly how what we used to call our country was built. There's more than 100 years, Portuguese were just hanging out close to our place. My grandparents were living there. And in a boat, one of the guys said, Rio dos Camaroes. And then they stopped at this place and decided to call our country Rio dos Camaroes. And after them, German came and decided that Rio dos Camaroes is too long. We're going to call it Cameroon. And when they lost the First World War, they gave this place to French and English without asking anything to the people who was living there. And so young guys called Riven Umyobes step out and say to his parents that how comes that some guys just can come from some different part of the world and decide for our future, deciding about the name, about everything, without asking us anything. Like if Cameroonians coming in Italy and decide, for example, to call your country Bible Bangu Spaghetti, without asking you anything. And then this guy started fighting because, as he was saying, we're just human beings. There is no one who was better than the others. So he started fighting to live like a free man, like a free human being. And September 13, 1958, he was killed by the French army. Because this such a guy was fighting for us, for our freedom, we can be here tonight. I can be here tonight singing for you. Thank you.
Babi kolol, babi kos, babi poussoir, babi te, babi belle, ma belle. Babi holos, babi ban, babi ke soir, babi tar, babi te mlingen. New kini che long imporol. Kiri, iyo, kere, Django.
you so much.
Sol abi querer y por la matam a sol ba bi ke in em long you intern abo bombo ya ma bi won kundai mo inale bombo ya ma bi won let la no injala sol Sol, abi solave, ibolaba sango, banyango. Oh, sol, abi emle, Mikel maten mes, makorva. Ah, kumbaya kanlo, novagano. Inale, boye makorva, songi wemla. Ingem li tenjes irahoy ni be mani hoya sang yes ni ba ni nove sevla ni be mani bege melong yes inale li tenjes John
Last song for you. Thank you, Sevi, Contemporary. Thank you, Oscar Murillo. Thanks, all the teams are working really hard to make this amazing moment happen. Thanks a lot. This last song I'm going to play for you is you know, when I arrived in Paris, I'm living in France, coming from Cameroon. And the first time I arrived in France, I was really surprised by beautiful materials, things. Huge buildings, amazing roads. And one day a friend of mine told me that she wanted to visit her grandmother in a place, what they call in French, la maison de retraite. I don't know if you guys have this kind of place here. You know, it's kind of a place where your parent or your grandparent is something like 60 years old. You're bringing them there and you're packing them. So I was surprised coming from Cameroon. I said to my friends, what are you guys doing this? In my country, my grandfather or grandmother, even she's 200 years old, she's gonna stay at home. And she told me, no, here, maximum 75 years old. We are bringing them in this kind of place, then they're living together. So I was so surprised because it was complicated for me to understand how it's possible to bring my grandfather or my grandmother to another place. And, you know, those kind of issues are really complex. I don't know if it's the best way, but from where I'm coming from, this is not possible. I hope it's going to stay like this. And I hope in here as well, you're keeping your grandparents and your parents with you. And this situation inspired me, the song I'm going to play for you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sevi. Thank you, Oscar Murillo. All the teams, guys, thank you for this amazing, wonderful love moment. Thanks for coming here tonight. Thank you so much. We have to do this every fucking day because we just made for love, to be together, to, bringing all our Wi-Fi and building beautiful world together. Thank you so much.
Master, fantastic.
That's dope. Yeah, Iba. Yeah, man. Yeah. Be a one sure, be a one sure. Be a one sure. Wacho. Waje one shot. Be a one shot. Anago kega, que Colombia, que Ife, que Cameroon.
Sí.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At long last,
the time don't reach.
The battle is coming to end. And Africa will unite with Colombia, Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad Tobago,
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Sí.
Yeah. Che coulé. Che Kofisa. Kofisa langa. Langa ti langa. Che coulé. Che Kofisa. Kofisa langa. Hey. Che Kofisa. Langa ti langa. Kum adede.
This is the unification of blood which is thicker than water. Huh. Africa in Colombia. Here in Venice, Italia, Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, Lesotho, Tanzania, Mozambique,
Togo,
Zimbabwe. Zambia. We're going to create a rhythm between Africa and Colombia.
So
it's going to be dancing.
Yeah.
Sí. Yeah.
Yeah, two. Yeah.
You got
Colombia style.
Nigeria style.
Suena la marimba, herencia de nuestros ancestros.
Sí, 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 sí.
Sólido, 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 sólido. Hola. Hola, sí. Hola.
Sí, sí.
Venga, Milo.
Ahora sí. Ahora sí. Ahora sí.
Hola, sí. Hola, sí, sí, hola. Hola, hola, hola.
Sí, sí. Oh.
Hola, hola, hola.
Sí, sí, sí. Levanta cuerpo este micrófono.
Hola, 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 hola.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola.
Yeah, yeah.
Sí, 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 sí.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sí, sí. Hola, hola.
Yeah, yeah. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola.
Hey, hey.
One, prueba.
You hear me?
Oh, yeah. Bring it down. Yeah.
Ok. Todo el mundo está bailando. Todo el mundo está gozando. Yo también lo sé bailar. ¿Cómo bailan los demás? ¿Cómo bailan mi papá? Cogidito de la mano. Yo bailo con mi mamá. Yo bailo con mi mamá. Adiós, marimbita. Hoy adiós, marimba. Hoy adiós, marimbita. Hoy adiós, marimba. Todo el mundo está bailando. Bamboleo, dale tú. Dale tú, dale tú. Bamboleo, dale tú. Dale tú, dale tú. Bamboleo, dale tú. Dale tú, dale tú. Bamboleo, dale tú. Bamboleo, dale tú. Bamboleo, dale tú. Bamboleo, dale tú. Ok. Bamboleo, dale tú. Ok, escuchemos. Vamos, todavía no ha terminado.
No se ha acabado el corrinche.
Hola, todavía no ha terminado la gozadera. Vamos a hacer un paso. Oiga, listen to me, please. Vamos a hacer un paso. Yo sé que no me entienden, pero bueno. El paso dice, como se mueve la anguila para allá y para acá. Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Y lo fea que se pone
Para allá y para acá.
Y lo fea que se pone
para allá y para acá.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Ok. Ready? Ok. Come on, go. Vamos. Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Y lo fea que se pone
Para allá y para acá.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Como se mueve la anguila
Para allá y para acá.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Y lo fea que se pone
Cuando va a picar.
Dale tú.
Bamboleo, dale tú.
Ay, dale tú.
Bamboleo, dale tú.
Ay, dale tú.
Bamboleo, dale tú.
Ay, dale tú.
Bamboleo, dale tú.
Dale bamboleo.
Bamboleo, dale tú.
Dale bamboleo.
Bamboleo, dale tú.
Dale
Bamboleo, dale tú. 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 B
escucho. Okay. Están tocando rancho aparte, lo voy a poner a gozar. Todo con la mano arriba y con la palma están tocando rancho aparte, lo voy a poner a gozar. Todo con la mano arriba y con la palma esto se va a putear, 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 esto se va a putear. Y una manito aquí, y una manito allá, y una manito aquí, y una manito allá, y una manito aquí, y una manito allá, y un piecito aquí, y otro piecito acá. Y bamboleo, y bamboleo, y bamboleo, 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 bamboleo, mano en cintura, mano hacia el otro, mano hacia el frente, mano hacia el frente, pompis abajo, pompis abajo, más abajo, otro poquito más. Y el que sufre de artritis, no sé, otro poquito para abajo, otro poquito para abajo. Vamos para arriba, vamos para arriba, vamos para arriba. Y bamboleo, 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 y bamboleo. Como dicen los pollitos, pío, 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 pa. Como dicen los pollitos, pío, 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 pa. Como dicen los pollitos, pío, 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 pa. Cuando tienen hambre y frío, pío, 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 pa. Cuando tienen aquí. Y otro piecito acá. Y un piecito aquí. Y otro piecito acá. ¿Cómo es la cosa?
Para abajo.
Cutibiri, 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 cuta. 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 Cutibiri, cutibiri, ta. Cutibiri, Corocote, pupa, corocote, pupa, corocote, puta, corocote, puta, corocote, puta, corocote, puta, puta, corocote, puta, arriba. Thank you, sabroso. Thank you.
Ay, no baila.
Thank you.
Apretadito.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bona, what you say? Some DJ, some dancing. Okay, Spaniel.
So, yes, I'll keep it simple.
Qué rico,
Thank you very
qué
much.
rico. Muchas gracias a todos. Qué rico.
Drummers of Joy
Drummers of Joy. Qué rico la estamos pasando, muchachos.
and Rio y Cordillera.
Amar Río y Cordillera. La alegría es parte de nuestro cuerpo. Se va la tristeza y que llegue la alegría para todos.
¡Eso, Lucio! ¡Lucio!
So,
Seguimos. Seguimos. Sí. Ah, bueno.
okay.
Seguimos.
So, thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
We need to move on to the next phase of the program.
Necesitamos mudarnos al próximo evento del programa.
So, I would like to start by saying lots of thanks to you for this session.
Me gustaría darle muchas gracias a todos los presentes por esta sesión.
If there was ever an evidence that there is nothing like an African continent but only an African world,
no hay más evidencia que no hay un continente africano sino un mundo africano. Alhamdulillah.
then this was the evidence. This was the evidence.
Y esta, calma pueblo, calma pueblo. Y esta es la evidencia de que esto es real.
So they have tried for more than 500 years to keep us apart.
Lo han intentado por más de 500 años de tenernos separados.
But they forgot that we have the frequencies.
Pero ellos han olvidado que nosotros tenemos la frecuencia. ¡Vamos arriba, vamos arriba!
Even if they put 20 Atlantic Oceans between us,
Así sea que coloquen 20 océanos atlánticos entre nosotros,
we will still find ourselves.
nosotros encontraremos el camino para encontrarnos a nosotros mismos.
They have tried to impose different languages on us.
Ellos han tratado de colocarnos, imponernos muchos lenguajes a nosotros,
thinking we would not understand ourselves,
creyendo que no nos vamos a entender a nosotros mismos.
but they forgot that our language is music.
Pero se olvidaron de lo más importante. Que el lenguaje de nosotros es la música. Suéname esos tambores.
They have tried to impose names on us.
Han tratado de colocarnos nombres a la fuerza.
But they forgot that today we will meet here and I will be called Buenaventura Ndikung and she will be called Maria Buenaventura.
Pero hoy estamos aquí para recordar que yo me llamo Buenaventura Ndikung y tú, María Buenaventura.
We would like to thank Oscar Murillo and his team. We would like to thank the beautiful mother that gave birth to him.
Nos gustaría darle unas gracias a Virgelina que hizo todo esto posible también.
We would like to give thanks to the wonderful father that brought him up.
Gracias a Belisario aquí presente. Un aplauso para Belisario.
And the wonderful community that took care of him.
Y la comunidad tan querida que nos cuida.
We would like to give thanks to you all, and I would like to name a few people.
Nos gustaría darle gracias a todos también los presentes y nos gustaría nombrar algunas personas.
You cannot do such an event without a wonderful technic team. So we give thanks to the technicians. We exhibit Tommaso and his team. Give a shout out to them. We give thanks to the boiling heads, Ranav, Zoe, Tommaso, and Marco. We give thanks to all the artists, Phyllis, Akinyi, Ekow, Alabi, and Eric Sunday, Archive Books, Leila, Bencharnia, Wissal, Houbabi, Omar, Delnevo, Frank Báez, Blick, Bassy, Maria Buenaventura, Tanka, Fonta, Rio y Cordillera, Oscar Murillo, Kettly, Nöel, Saca, Michelle M. Wright. We give thanks to the Savi team, Elena Gudio, Mario Alberto Llanos Luna, Lema Sikot, Lia Milanesio, Linhan Balabat Helbog, Anna Yega, Sagal Farah, Billy Fowo. We give thanks to the Oscar Murillo Studio, Marta Barina, Tim Wardich, Juliana Calcedo Hurtado, Alfonso Calixtro, Angela Patricia Cadenas Echeverria, Clara Dublanc, Vanya Grauvac, Georgia Georgius, Renis Lismanis, Alberto Herrera Martinez, Luz Obando Vinasco, Ehizena Olokpa, Maite de Obe, Ryan Omer, Anna Pigot, Dominique Roussel, Andrea Catalina Zamundio, Obando, Emily Zapata, Calcedo, Juan Carlos Zapata, Trujillo, Victor Zapata, Calcedo, Marlene Sotti. Now it's time to introduce Saca. We have always known that it is through the sonic that we carry our knowledges. We've always known that it is only the sound that can bring us all together, as it's brought us today. We've always known that the undercurrent, the sound of the undercurrents is what is most important, more important than the sound above. So that is what Saca would do. Saca would do a mapping of the African worlds out there. Saca, a musical collective ritual carried by rhythms and echoes from our ancestors that invite us to a space of joy and liberation. We've always known that the most important tool, our most important weapon, is the politics of joy. With music from the global south in vinyl format, this collective ritual catalysis and shakes emotions, pains and fears, welcoming them to be transformed by body movement and body listening. We've always known that our knowledges are in our bodies. Saca is a ritual in the form of a sonic space that happens on the dance floor when a collective of people come together to dance and be carried by the echoes and rhythms selected by its two hosts. Calamidades Lola is a record hunter and a DJ selector born and raised in Barranquilla, a city on the Caribbean coast of Colombia with a powerful party culture where music is the sure path to joy and liberation. Based in Berlin, much of her music collection and the selection is guided by her migratory experience. Amuleto Manuela is a Colombian sound artist based in Berlin. In her process-based work, soundscapes, sound sculptures, listening collective practices, and radio shows, listening is the principle and arises as a context-driven response to the search for spaces of encounter. She addresses diaspora and questions of identity with the will to unlearn and remember other ways of inhabiting our collective life experience. Frequencias means to bring together. Saca is taking us through the frequencies and finding ways of bringing us together. Let the dance floor be yours. Thank you.
Arriva il microfono. Arriva lì.
Hoy vamos de la resistencia.